Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order number 12, I'm advising you of the unavoidable absence of the Speaker. Consequently, in his place, the Deputy Speaker will take the chair.
I invite the member for Caribou-Chilcotin to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we commence proceedings today in this Assembly, we ask for divine guidance so that our words and deeds may bring to all people of this great province hope, prosperity, and vision for the future. May the deliberations in this chamber be characterized by temperance, understanding, and the reason to the end that we may better serve those who have made the members of this House guardians of and trustees for all of the citizens of British Columbia. Amen.
Thank you, member. Introductions by members. Recognizing the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Speaker. Representatives from Union of BC Performers are here this week to take part in Creative Industry Week and meet with the ministers and other elected representatives. And today they are here for today's performance of Question Period. Joining us in the gallery today, Mr. Speaker, is Keith Martin Gordy, UBCP ACTRA Treasurer and ACTRA Vice President Joe Bates, Secretary Carla Laird, Executive Administrative Director Megan Milton, Industry Relations, and Michael Cheevers. Many of us know Michael Cheevers, ACTRA Industry Relations. So I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you would give them standing ovation, but for now, I just hope the House will give them a very warm welcome.
Member for Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my privilege. I don't often get guests from the homeland, and today I have two guests in the House with me, one 11-year-old and one 12 years old. I did, in the spirit of the prayer that we heard around temperance and understanding, I did ask them to take note in QP to find out how many of the interactions they feel like would be acceptable in their grade 6 class. So please, would everybody make my daughter, Juna Russell, and our friend Sylvie Vibrak-Hall feel very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for the help. Thank you. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to inform you that in this gallery we have a special group for my ministry today, and they are the articling students. Katie Mysap, Skeena Lawson, Dario Balco, and Laini Alcordo. Also present are two former article students and current legal counsel, Aaron Halma, Keenan Miller, and Kylie Chelsea. They're accompanied by staff members of the articling student program, Natasha Miller, Sherry Lee, and Steph Christo. And rounding up the group is Savannah John, an Indigenous youth intern with the BC Prosecution Service. I just want to welcome them and appreciate all their work that they're going to be doing in the upcoming years. Thank you.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to look up and see a friendly face up there, Lynn Klein. Everyone knows Lynn has been a feature of this place for many years. He's watched us debate many issues. Every time I look up, I always look to see him, to see if he's still up there. And I know he's moved out of town, and he's found his way back today in the Legislature SIA. So I'm hoping the House can join us to welcome Lynn back to this House.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to welcome Raylene and Tyler Jones from Dawson Creek. Raylene was born and raised in Ashcroft, and she is an RCMP member, is receiving a Medal of Valor this evening. Please make Raylene and Tyler very welcome.
Leader of the third party.
Honourable Speaker, it's a delight to look up and see a friendly face, the Councillor of Parksville, Sean Wood, up in the gallery. Sean is a hard-working local representative and an all-around great guy. Welcome, Sean.
Member for Parksville, Qualicum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And not to continue the welcome to my good friend Sean Wood. He is a former federal Green Party candidate, a former Parksville volunteer firefighter. Now as a city councillor, he's able to continue championing for first responders in his community, for the environment, and to continue to build community with the House. Again, make Mr. Sean Wood feel very welcome.
Minister of Childcare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize this is not technically to the letter of the law on introductions, but I think there's exactly one. I think there's exactly one 9-year-old who watches this place, and that's my daughter Eve, and it's her birthday today. She follows this place so closely. She asked if I thought I could get Mr. Speaker to sing happy birthday, so I may stop by your office later. The House, please join me in wishing her happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday to Eve. I see. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to, if the House will indulge me a bit, we have a number of people here for Creative Industry Day, and I did want to say a number of them are in the House right now. I wanted to welcome Gemma Martini, who's the board chair of EMPIA and the CEO of Martini Film Studios, Hans Dial from the Directors Guild of Canada, and production manager Hayden Wazell is the CEO of ZDrive. Kendry Upton, who's the Executive Director of the Directors Guild of Canada, BC. Lindsay Donovan, who's VP of Sales of Encore Vancouver. Mary Jo Behrens, the Director of Studios at MBS Equipment Canada. Paul Clausen, Executive Director of the British Columbia Council of Film Unions. Pete Mitchell, President of Vancouver Film Studios. Spencer Kent, Executive in charge of Industrial Light and Magic. Tracy Friesen, Managing Vice President of the Canadian Media Producers BC branch. Michael Walbrecht, who's come all the way from Los Angeles, who's the Vice President at Warner Brothers Entertainment. Crystal Braunwarth, who's the Business Representative IATSE Local 891. And of course, the entertainment lawyers who, make all the films and work. And, I must say, sorry guys, Javin Dhaliwal, KC, and Carly Rosenberg. Will the House please make all the creative industry folks welcome? Thank you.
Minister for Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Well, we have a new member in the press gallery here in the Legislature, a new journalist, Mary Brooks, who I've known for a long time. She did a lot of reporting out in the West Shore, and she currently does reporting on the whole of the region. And it's nice to see her in the hallways here today. Would everyone please make her very welcome?
Member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Yes, we're certainly joined by somebody that's not new to this place, a good friend, a very dear friend of members on both sides of the House, Lynn Klein. Lynn had a very long-standing, lifelong career with the BC Ambulance Service. Lynn was also instrumental in working with former Speaker Linda Reid and having the Fallen Paramedics Memorial actually unveiled on May 6th of 2015. Lynn is actually joined today by the Provincial Honour Guard of the EMH service with members from across Canada for roundtable discussions on how they can be a better service to all Canadians. There's a vigil happening this evening at 7 p.m. at the Fallen Paramedics Memorial, and all members of the House are invited. Would all members please make Lynn feel very, very welcome.
Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow in the footsteps of my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Tourism, Arts and Culture, to give a big welcome to all of those that are here from the creative technology space. We are so blessed in British Columbia. Our film industry, animation, video games, never mind books and magazines, documentaries, many, many thousands of jobs. We thank you for that, and we thank you for the hours of entertainment.
Thank you, Minister. And to anyone who hasn't been welcomed yet, welcome. Honourable Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Langley East.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that a bill entitled St. Mark's College Amendment Act 2023, standing in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read for a first time now. St. Mark's College was incorporated pursuant to an act to incorporate St. Mark's College, Statutes of British Columbia 1956, Chapter 68. The college seeks amendments to its act in preparation for a merger with its affiliate Corpus Christi College. Specifically, the St. Mark's College Amendment Act 2023 includes amendments to authorize the college to grant associate degrees under the Degree Authorization Act, modernize the corporate powers and governance of the college, and make other incidental changes to the St. Mark's College Act. Thank you.
The question is first reading. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Members, pursuant to Standing Order 105, the bill shall stand referred to the Select Standing Committee on Parliamentary Reform, Ethical Conduct, Standing Orders and Private Bills. Honourable Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Hey, it's me again. Thanks, Honourable Speaker. I hope that everyone is enjoying Creative Industries Week. We're celebrating BC books, magazines, music, film, television, animation, VFX, and video games. I was incredibly excited as Parliamentary Secretary for Arts and Film to hear this afternoon about the $42 million in new funding to Creative BC to ensure stability and growth in the creative industries, including multi-year funding for the Domestic Film Production Fund, Amplify BC, and BC Books. Now today, Honourable Speaker, is the 10th National Canadian Film Day celebrating Canadian cinema. So I wanted to shine a spotlight on BC's motion picture industry. BC has a robust and thriving film industry and is one of the largest motion picture hubs in Canada and North America. The strength of this industry is BC's mighty motion picture workforce that has an estimated 200 BC-based independent producers and over 88,000 skilled workers. Now, film is a powerful medium to communicate truth and bridge social connections. It also allows us to showcase our province to the world. BC is recognized nationally and internationally as an ideal location for filming, with its breathtaking landscapes, talented crews, and strong production and post-production infrastructure. Our government is helping to secure BC's enviable position through competitive tax credits and grants that bring businesses to the province and ensure a thriving domestic film industry. It's an effort that's actually paid off, Honourable Speaker. There's a roster of high-level productions that are currently filming in this province. And most recently, Vancouver was chosen as the location for Season 2 of The Last of Us. Yeah. Okay. One of the biggest productions to ever come to this province. This is one of the many thousands of success stories for British Columbia. So, let's recognize the National Canadian Film Day and celebrate our BC motion picture industry. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, she's a World War II veteran, a mother of 11, a bingo fanatic, and she's been a resident of Valemount, British Columbia for decades. Recently, the Valemount Community Hall was jam-packed to celebrate and honor Alice Olson on her 100th birthday. And what a celebration it was. It was a room full of love for this amazing woman who is a grandmother, great-grandmother, and great-great-grandmother. And when you add up all the grands, it totals 67. Alice is a very proud member of the Royal Canadian Legion. When Branch 266 was built, Alice became a charter member of the Ladies Auxiliary and over the years took on many executive roles. She played a key role in fundraising, education, bursaries, crib and dart tournaments, catering for special events, and of course, dances. Alice proudly wears her Legion uniform every Remembrance Day, and her Canadian Women's Army Corps uniform and military photos are on display at the Valemount Royal Canadian Legion Museum. Alice was given a lifetime membership by the Valemount Legion. So many stories were shared at Alice's birthday party. One of her granddaughters talked about how welcoming and warm her grandmother was and still is. Nobody had to call ahead or make an appointment. If someone arrived at dinner, another plate would be set on the table, no questions asked. She also said, "To this day, I've never heard my grandma talk down about people. She treats everyone with dignity and respect. Just don't be loud or talk too much during bingo." It was such an honor to be part of a very special birthday celebration for a woman who has served her country, loves her family, and is part of the fabric of Valemount and the Robson Valley. Alice, you fill our hearts with gratitude and inspiration. In the year ahead, we wish you good health, much happiness, and many games of bingo with family and friends. Happy 100th birthday, Alice. I look forward to celebrating with you again next year.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Steveston Harbour is a vibrant fishing port. It hosts the largest small craft commercial fishery in Canada with over 500 fishing vessels and thousands of direct and indirect fishing and maritime jobs on over 17.5 hectares in the heart of Steveston. The public sales floats, where you can buy directly from fishers, are what most folks think of when they think of fishing in Steveston, but the harbour is so much more than that. Fishing vessels are supported by important services offered on site. The vessel repair area offers everything from welding at Bishop's Aluminum and Action Welding through to rigging and hydraulics repairs at Ocean Riggings and Hydraulics. Straight Marine Services operates 50 and 70-ton travel lifts to enable fishing and pleasure craft to be lifted out of the water for repair. Fishing vessels don't just have to be in tip-top shape, they also have to have good equipment. Pacific Quality Trap is a crab and prawn trap manufacturer located on site. Pacific Net and Twine supplies fishing equipment, and Tricor Plastics is a commercial tote manufacturer. With maritime insurance, a maritime school, and wooden vessel repairs and fabricators, Steveston Harbour serves the region. The Steveston Harbour Authority has worked hard to ensure that they are supporting a vibrant fishing industry, which is why they built the Steveston Ice Plant in 2019, which supplies ice on a first-come, first-served basis to all fishermen. The success of the harbour and the fishing community means that Steveston Seafood Auction, Coldfish Seafoods, and 7th Avenue Dock Inc. collectively unload 50 to 100 million pounds of seafood annually. Ocean Organic Seafood packages and distributes freshly caught BC seafood to restaurants and the public across Canada. But wait, that's not all. Ocean Legacy Foundation is Canada's only marine plastics recycler, closing the loop with unusable fishing gear like ropes, nets, and floats. I'd like to thank Steveston Harbour Authority for building a regional harbour that supports fishing and the maritime economy, and also importantly, community. And remember, don't feed the sea lions.
Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. During the ongoing housing crisis, we must take it upon ourselves to support those that need help the most, including our seniors. I'm honoured to speak today about the Eagle Valley Senior Citizens Housing Society. Now, this Shuswap organization is very close to my heart, and I'm excited to share with you some of the amazing work that they've been doing within our community. The Eagle Valley Senior Citizens Housing Society is a nonprofit organization that offers housing services to seniors and people living with disabilities. Their goal is to promote independence, dignity, and wellness in a safe and secure environment. They offer 3 levels of housing, including the Haven, the Lodge, and the Manor, all within walking distance of each other in beautiful downtown Sicamous. While Eagle Valley Housing Society works with stakeholders to develop new seniors housing solutions, they also make it a priority to keep their current housing units livable for residents. One example is the recent renovations of some of the 1-bedroom units at the Haven with cable, heat, and water services, making it more comfortable and convenient living situations for their senior residents. What's particularly heartwarming about this renovation project is that it was made possible by volunteers of the Eagle Valley Road Rescue Society, who have given their time and shared their tools to help with the renovations. This is a wonderful example of community members coming together to support one another. The Eagle Valley Seniors Citizens Housing Society is an incredibly important organization within Sicamous, and their work is vital to ensuring that seniors and people living with disabilities have the access to safe and affordable housing. I encourage all members of this House to support their work however they can. Please join me in thanking the Eagle Valley Senior Citizens Housing Society for the amazing work they do within the community of Sicamous. Thank you.
Member for Chilliwack, Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to talk about Prevention of Violence Against Women Week. This week recognizes that gender-based violence, or GBV, is an ongoing problem that deserves the attention of everyone, and that we must all work together to end violence against people based on their gender. Gender-based violence, or GBV, is any violence that is committed against someone based on their gender identity, gender expression, or perceived gender. GBV includes any form of violence or intimidation that is physical, psychological, sexual, financial, cultural, or spiritual in nature. GBV disproportionately impacts women, girls, Indigenous people, 2S LGBTQIA+, non-binary, and gender non-conforming folks. GBV happens everywhere. It can happen at home, school, work, religious or cultural centers, urban or rural communities, any income level, anyone. At its foundation, GBV is based on gender inequality and is an abuse of power. There are many gender-based violence service providers in communities across our province. Some of these organizations also have resources for friends, family members, and loved ones of those who may be experiencing violence. Gender-based violence is everyone's business, and it's important to know the signs. If someone you know is withdrawing from contact with their family and friends, they have unexplained injuries, they have changed their behaviors or routines, they are fearful or upset about their abuser, please reach out for help. Please be a safe space for somebody. Please believe victims. Some lesser known but equally important ways to get help are hand signals, such as with your palm facing away from you, move your thumb across, and lower your fingers into a light fist. Or if you're in a bar and are worried about your safety, you can ask the bartender for an angel shot, which is code for asking for help. If you or someone you know is experiencing violence, it's not your fault. You can reach out to victimlink@gov.bc.ca or call 1-800-563-0808. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know about blue chip prospects that exist in our hockey system, whether it's Connor Bedard or some of the others on our local team. But I want to highlight one that is actually off the ice, and it's in my community of South Surrey, and that is our broadcaster of the Surrey Eagles, Joey Pitt. Now, Joey over the last 33 months has had some beautiful hair. It is a mullet to be for the ages, and it's something that he started a number of months ago. But there was a reason that he did this. He had a friend that was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And that friend's name was Avery. And he said, I joked with him, I said, hey Avery, I'm gonna grow my hair out and then shave it off and make a wig for you. Joey's friend Avery passed away last summer, just as Joey was hired to start working for the Surrey Eagles. But what Joey did do is he lived up to his word. And he committed and he raised over $15,000 for wigs for kids. $15,000, and that amount is still growing. On March 19th, the South Surrey Eagles hosted the Victoria Grizzlies, and Joey got his head cut, and he got trimmed, and he did it in front of a sold-out audience. And I cannot say how proud our community is of not only is this guy going to be somewhere someday, whether it's on Sportsnet, TSN, he will be a broadcaster at the highest level because he's good at what he does. But more importantly than that, he's an exceptional human being. So Joey, thank you for being such a strong pillar in our community, and thank you for leading such a great initiative.
Thank you, Member. I just wanted to ask that we consider our role here as role models for people in our communities. And while in our communities we wouldn't accept shouting at each other or continually interrupting each other, I don't know that we should accept that here. So I just ask that you consider that in our work here today. Thank you, members. Honorable Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier's reckless decision to decriminalize hard drugs without the proper guardrails has exposed our communities to open drug use in public areas, in parks, beaches, and playgrounds without any controls. And while simple activities like having a beer at your local public park or using a plastic straw is tightly regulated, the Premier's policy allows completely uncontrolled consumption of lethal drugs like crystal meth, crack cocaine, and fentanyl. Neighborhoods, as a result, are being plagued by discarded drugs and drug paraphernalia, forcing families to worry about their children stumbling upon needles in parks, beaches, and playgrounds. Now, municipalities, forced by this Premier's policy to try and manage this crisis alone, are trying to introduce bylaws but face resistance from the provincial government and legal challenges from the Premier's friends at Pivot Legal Society. So my question to the Premier is this: since the Premier failed to put guardrails on his decriminalization experiment, will he at minimum support the bylaws for cities to protect children and families from exposure to drugs at parks, beaches, and playgrounds?
Here. Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I thank the member for the question. I just want to go back to the work that was done, in fact, to prepare for the process of decriminalization and the exemption that we received from Health Canada, which was an answer to a call that had been made by municipalities, by public health officials, by people on the front lines, by clinicians, in order to work towards destigmatizing drug use so that we can better support people in accessing care and support. I want to remind all of us that that is the objective of decriminalization. That is what was discussed as the objective by the Select Standing Committee on Health, and that is what was supported by all parties of this House, with the exception of the BC Conservative Party, in moving forward with this. So I want to say that we, as we have committed to do, have been working with all of our partners who are represented on the table that contributed to the development of the application for the exemption, and that continues to meet to assist in the implementation and advise on the implementation, including the Union of BC Municipalities. And we work closely with municipalities on issues and challenges that they may be experiencing in their communities. And I've met recently with many municipalities and am grateful for their collaboration as we move to find solutions for their concerns.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the problem is there was a federal letter of requirements that had very specific things that were supposed to be in place called guardrails that none you have implemented. Mr. Speaker, it was the Premier's decision to plunge ahead with this decriminalization without the proper guardrails that were supposed to be in place that have exposed families to open drug use in beaches, parks, and playgrounds without any controls whatsoever. Just this morning, this very morning, we see parents like Andrea Miller, whose daughter Everly found a packet of fentanyl at her elementary school playground in Nanaimo. No parent should have to live in fear for their child's life because they're going to stumble across drugs and dangerous drugs like fentanyl in their own playgrounds. No wonder that communities like Penticton, Kelowna, New Westminster, Kamloops, and Campbell River are all trying to at least put some controls in place. And despite, again, the strict regulations that exist around enjoying a beer in our beaches and parks, this Premier and NDP's decriminalization policy allows uncontrolled use of hard drugs like crystal meth, crack cocaine, and fentanyl in beaches, parks, and playgrounds. So my question is a straightforward one. Is the Premier going to continue siding with his own radical friends at Pivot Legal Society and continue to allow the open use of drugs in beaches, parks, and playgrounds in British Columbia?
Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And really, that characterization, I would suggest, is just simply wrong. Quite wrong, in fact. With respect to the exemption that we received from Health Canada, our government has been working very hard to ensure that we are working and scaling up supports across the entire continuum when it comes to harm reduction, to treatment, to prevention, to education. And as part of our work leading up to decriminalization, we work to expand treatment and recovery. We engaged with stakeholders, with Indigenous partners, conducted education and outreach campaigns. We worked closely with frontline police officers. And I'll remind folks that this, of course, has the support of the police chiefs of Canada and local police chiefs. We had over 9,000 police officers in the province engage in the education activity and modules leading up to decrim. So, I'm very grateful again for the work of partners like school districts and municipalities who are responding to issues that may occur. I've met with municipalities. We'll continue to meet with municipalities to address concerns, and want to remind British Columbians that the support that every single party in this House gave to the suite of measures, including decriminalization, in the Standing Committee report last year is critical.
Members, one person has the floor.
With a serious public health crisis that we all have an obligation to work towards solving in this province.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the decriminalization measures that the minister speaks of that supposedly are doing such a great job at protecting the public, I can tell you that this much. Andrea Miller, whose daughter found a packet of fentanyl at an elementary school in Nanaimo, she sure doesn't think that government's doing everything it can to put the guardrails in place that were promised. Now, communities right across this province are trying to step up and fill the leadership void left by this premier. Campbell River tried to regulate consumption in their community, only to be forced to abandon after the province, through Island Health, frustrated their efforts, and they faced a legal challenge from the premier's Pivot Legal Society. Local governments in Penticton, Sicamous, Kelowna, and Kamloops are all facing the exact same obstacle, opposition from this government, only this time it's through Interior Health. After Kamloops voted to bring in bylaw amendments that banned the use of illicit drugs in all public parks and facilities, guess what? They very promptly received a letter from Interior Health telling them to hold off on enacting bylaws for 6 months. So, and I quote, we can allow staff to monitor the situation to determine if there is in fact an increase in public drug use, end quote. Seriously. Mr. Speaker, we don't need 6 more months to see what's happening in our communities due to this government's policies. It's chaos and social disorder everywhere. Council sees that, the public sees that. It seems the only people that don't see that is the Premier and this government. Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, the question is this: why is the Premier siding with his old radical activist friends at Pivot Legal instead and at the same time obstructing local communities from banning the consumption of crystal meth, crack cocaine, or fentanyl in public spaces like parks and playgrounds? Hear, hear, hear.
Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I might just say that I am grateful for the somewhat more measured tone from some of our municipal colleagues with respect to a crisis that we all have a stake in working together to address. We are working with police officers, with municipalities, with health authorities, with public health, with frontline service providers in order to address a public health emergency that, as we know, results in the death of in excess of 6 people a day in this province. This is a very serious issue, and decriminalization was a very important step that was called for by police, by municipalities, by doctors, by public health, by frontline providers, in order as one tool in the toolbox, one tool in a very big toolbox. And it was a measure that was agreed to by all parties in this House, with the exception of the BC Conservative Party, in order to try and make progress here. We will continue to work with municipalities. And in fact, I understand that the Sicamous municipality bylaw has been passed. There has been engagement with the medical health officer, and that's what municipalities are doing. They are engaging appropriately with their medical health officers to determine what the local conditions are, what the local issues are, and what needs to be done. And in Sicamous, they now have a bylaw that I understand all parties are satisfied with. We will continue to do the work with municipalities to address concerns as they arise on the ground on this very important public health issue that cuts across, frankly, all lines here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, we will set the record straight once again. We seem to have to do this every single day. To be very, very clear, we supported decriminalization as long as it was done in the context of the letter of requirements as provided by the federal government. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Absent there being education, absent there being appropriate treatment and supports for people, absent there being public safety measures, absent there being those requirements in that letter, this is a reckless policy that this Premier and this government is hurling British Columbians into. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Now, what local governments are saying is that there should, at the very least, be similar regulations to ban the open consumption of crystal meth, crack cocaine, or fentanyl in parks, playgrounds, and other public spaces as there is for let's say, alcohol. It's appalling that the Premier not only failed to implement such obvious and necessary safeguards, but is also actively preventing local governments from implementing those steps. Kamloops Councillor Sarai says, and I quote, "Every solution they come up with is to keep letting them use, and we keep supplying them with material to use. But the aftermath is played out on our city streets, in our city parks, and in our playgrounds." Exactly. That has to change. Exactly. We couldn't agree more with Councillor Sarai. And what Kamloops wants is the decrim guardrails that were promised by this Premier, and they want leadership from this government. Kamloops Councillor Katie Newstater said, and I quote, "What is the government's plan? Tell us. In the absence of that plan, you better believe that local decision makers are going to make decisions to hear the concerns of our community." End quote. So the question is this: how can the Premier justify his inaction, his obstruction, leaving our communities to face the dangerous consequences of his reckless policy of decriminalization without the guardrails and the public safety protections that he promised British Columbians?
Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it is surprising what a difference a number of months make. When the Health Standing Committee reviewed...
Members, the Minister listened to the question. I would respect the Minister and let her answer the question as she will. Minister.
When the Select Standing Committee on Health reviewed this issue as part of a number of recommendations with respect to the toxic drug crisis in our province, there was unanimity at that table. Unanimity at that table to support moving forward with decriminalization and with our application for the exemption.
Members. Please sit, Members, we will listen to the answer to the question. You do not have to agree with it, just as they will listen to the question, and they don't always have to agree with the premise of the question. Please have respect for this chamber and for the public whose work we are all supposed to be undertaking. Thank you. Member, please proceed.
When the Health Select Standing Committee reviewed this issue, all parties, all members at that table were unanimous in their support, with the exception of the BC Conservative Party. And when we talk about the work that we have done in order to prepare, we have invested in treatment and recovery programs. We have expanded the number of beds, hundreds of new treatment beds open. We have invested in community counseling. We have conducted outreach campaigns. We have worked with our frontline police officers to ensure that they are informed and educated. And we have had very excellent feedback, frankly, from all of those engagements, including our engagements with municipalities. Now, decriminalization does not change the ability of local governments to pass or amend their bylaws. Clearly, as we've seen, there is a bylaw been adopted in Sicamous.
Members.
Can I finish, perhaps, with the answer to the question that you've asked?
No, it's disrespectful. Listen to the minister. Members, we have a way that we conduct question period. You ask a question, they answer the question. It's pretty basic. It's how it works. And so if you want to respect the process and have the more opportunity to ask questions, I would ask you to listen to the response, even if you don't agree with it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to our engagement with municipalities, representatives of municipal governments, including from Kamloops, have been participating in our decriminalization core planning table since its inception. Municipalities have been there since the beginning. We're committed to continuing to work closely with municipal governments to address issues as they arise, and we can see that this process is working, as evidenced by the existence of the bylaw in Sicamous. So that is the process that we are undertaking, and we commit to continuing to do that work with our partners in the municipalities.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. For the last 2 days, my colleague has raised issues related to regulation of industry in this province. It's an issue that has been raising flags for a long time. In 2016, in her report on compliance and enforcement in BC's mining industry, the Auditor General warned about regulatory capture as a risk in British Columbia, which is what occurs when the regulator, created to act in the public interest, instead serves the interests of industry. At Mount Polley, BC had the largest mining disaster in Canadian history. We currently are home to the largest pollution of a watershed in North America in the Elk Valley. In my own community, a landowner quarried his property for 10 years without a mining permit. It took a community years to get the Ministry of Mines to step in and regulate this mining activity. And now, on the same day that the former Premier stepped down as MLA, he announced that he had taken a board position with one of the largest mining companies in the world. This has raised serious and important questions about the relationship between elected officials and industry in this province. Through you, Honourable Speaker, to the Minister of Environment. Did the former Premier have conversations with him regarding whether to lobby the federal government not to bring the Elk Valley pollution issue to the International Joint Commission?
Minister of Environment, Climate Change Strategies.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The member makes, I think, a very serious allegation because the member knows and was supportive of the Lobbyists Act that was introduced by our government very early upon taking office, that any elected official that held a post in the Executive Council, any deputy minister is prohibited from lobbying members of the government for a period of 2 years. I would expect that the member has enough respect for the former Premier to understand that he, having been leader of a government that brought in such an important piece of legislation, would not violate it. The direct answer to your question is no.
Leader, third party supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wasn't making allegations, I'm asking questions. In December of 2021, the federal government indicated that it was considering referring Teck's selenium pollution in the Elk Valley to the International Joint Commission, the IJC, because this pollution is such a long-standing issue. This company has had the largest environmental fine in Canadian history. In March of 2022, Teck wrote to the Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs requesting that pollution in the Elk Valley not be referred to the IJC. And because of that lobbying legislation that was brought in under the minority government, we know the lobbying that happened in this building. Over the following days, Teck lobbied this government several times. On April 12th, Teck lobbied the former Premier's Chief of Staff, the Deputy Ministers of the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Energy and Mines. The subject of their discussion was, quote, provincial U.S. transboundary matters. 2 days later, according to FOI documents, the Minister of Environment and the former Minister of Energy and Mines wrote to the Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs, requesting that pollution from Teck's operations in the Elk Valley not be referred to the International Joint Commission. Teck's last meeting with the former Premier was on October 11th, 2022. On November 18th, the former Premier stepped down, and by December, he was discussing with Teck a board appointment with their spin-off company, Elk Valley Resources. A powerful corporation lobbied this government 47 times since January 2022. The government then lobbied on behalf of Teck to the federal government to not refer the issue of Teck's pollution of the Elk Valley to the International Joint Commission. My question for you, Honourable Speaker, is to the former Minister of Energy and Mines and the current Minister of Forests. Did the former Premier have conversations with him regarding whether to lobby the federal government not to bring Elk Valley pollution issue to the International Joint Commission?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've answered the question, I thought, quite clearly to the member. Members of government regularly meet with lobbyists from corporations, with lobbyists from environmental organizations, and surprisingly, they don't always agree. But not surprisingly, members of government, whether they are members of cabinet or deputy ministers or ADMs or executive directors, consider a whole range of important options, fact, and policy considerations in making decisions. In the case of tech and the water quality issues as a result of selenium, there has been ongoing discussion with the nations on either side of the border, with the corporation, with citizens in the area, with governments south of the border, as well as with academics south of the border about science-based water quality guidelines. Those conversations continue. We have recently set up an extremely transparent website to inform anyone who is interested on either side of the border of the progression of efforts to effectively treat water quality, for which by the near future, Tech will have spent $2 billion to address. It is true that their initial efforts were not adequate, and that's why there were escalating financial penalties from both the federal government and the provincial government that were huge. Those penalties send a message. Our actions to address water quality send a message. We will continue working with people on both sides of the border, as well as with Tech and now Elk Valley, to address water quality issues, to ensure that the rights of the Ktunaxa nations are protected and the water quality in the area comes up to a standard that everybody expects.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I stand to correct the record as the Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Health. And I want to make it absolutely clear to this minister and members on that side of the House, first of all, she was not in the room during the deliberations. And I will be perfectly clear. We fought and made it very clear that the letter of requirements before moving ahead was absolutely essential. We raised those concerns. Our support was contingent on the fact that this government did what the federal government told them they had to do. And frankly, this minister knows full well those requirements have not been met. In fact, one of those key requirements is to ensure that individuals who desire treatment or other supports can access them when needed. She knows full well that is simply not possible in the region that I live in or most regions of this province. This minister needs to correct the record, and she needs to answer once and for all today, will she support municipalities who want to make sure that there is not open drug use in parks and on beaches, yes or no?
Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank the member for the concern, and I'm grateful for the member's participation in the Select Standing Committee. With respect to the requirements of Health Canada granted the exemption. We are regularly in touch with Health Canada. They approved the exemption. They're aware of the work that we are doing, and frankly, Honourable Speaker, we know that having inherited a system, well, a lack of a system, a fragmented collection of services when we formed government, the work that we've been doing since 2017 is to build that system, an integrated system of mental health and addictions care in our healthcare system. We, in this budget, have allocated $1 billion, an unprecedented amount of money to work to build up services across the entire continuum, from harm reduction to treatment and recovery to community counseling services to child and youth mental health, $75 million for expanding the Foundry system. That is the commitment that we are making, to build a system where a system did not exist. And that is work that we outlined.
Members, order. This is your time. If you want more questions, you'll stop the interruptions and let the minister finish their question. Thank you, Minister.
In the context of an unrelenting public health emergency, that is the toxic drug crisis, we have to do all of the things at the same time. We are morally bound, ethically bound to ensure that we work to keep people alive while we can connect them to supports and services. That is the critical task that was explored by the Health Standing Committee that produced a very helpful set of recommendations that we are working on, that form part of our plan, that were part of the plan that our Pathway to Hope, a 10-year mental health strategy was based on in 2018. We will continue to work with municipalities. We will continue to do that work. We will continue to support municipalities and address any concerns that arise over the course of the implementation of our decriminalization program.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll take that as a no. The Premier's negligence in plunging ahead with decriminalization without doing the work or putting in the guardrails is unleashing chaos, and municipalities are left to fend for themselves. Municipalities like New Westminster and Kelowna say there needs to be provincial rules to avoid a patchwork of inconsistent responses to decriminalization, which creates confusion for the public and challenges for frontline enforcement. So why won't the Premier ban public use of high-risk drugs like crystal meth, crack cocaine and fentanyl, and give the police a tool to direct individuals to use harm reduction sites and into treatment?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, thanks very, very much, Honourable Speaker, and again, thank you to the member for the question. And of course, the police have been part of this process since the beginning, and in part, the application to Health Canada for decriminalization was generated in part as a response to a call from police chiefs across the country, and we work very closely with law enforcement. They are part of our core planning table. They were part of the development of our application for the exemption to Health Canada, and they are part of the work that we're doing now. We are in constant contact with law enforcement, as we are with municipalities and all of our other partners in this important project. We had over 9,000 police officers engage in the education training around decriminalization, and I'm very grateful for the important work that they're doing and working to connect people that they engage with to care and support. So this work is ongoing. It is really kind of it takes a sort of a whole village approach to this work, and we're going to continue to do this work in partnership with municipalities. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Frankly, the answers today have simply not been accurate from this minister on a wide range of fronts. The reality is, as we've heard with the letter's requirements, much of the work was not done. In fact, something as simple as a basic data set, what was supposed to be collected over the year preceding decriminalization, has not been done by this government either. Yet you're telling communities to wait 6 months to see what the impact is. What are they comparing it to? The work on the data set wasn't done.
Exactly.
So when things that basic aren't done, it's no wonder that communities are desperately trying to find a way to pass bylaws to try to restrict the use in parks and playgrounds of things like fentanyl and crack cocaine to the same level that cigarettes and beer are banned. Now, this minister earlier seemed to indicate that municipalities are free to pass those bylaws if they choose. Yet our understanding is those bylaws actually have to be signed off by the provincial government, by the Minister of Health, by the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions state very clearly, for the record, are municipalities going to be allowed to pass these bylaws if they choose, and the provincial government will not stand in their way?
Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, as I think I've said a number of times over the course of this discussion, the project of decriminalization is an important project that came as a response to a call from police, from municipalities, from frontline physicians, from our health authorities, and was supported by all parties in this House with the exception of the BC Conservative Party. And that is, we have met the requirements set out by Health Canada. We are in constant contact with Health Canada with regard to the evolution of the project, and we work closely every day with municipalities.
Members, order.
And I will say I'm very grateful for the constructive conversations that I have had with many municipalities over the last couple of months as we work towards addressing any concerns that may arise. We'll continue to do that work, Honourable Speaker.
That ends question period. Member for Peace River North.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted? Please proceed.
This is more to embarrass my daughter, but with the House will make my daughter feel welcome, Hannah Davies.
Honourable Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Yeah. Honourable Speaker, I call
Members,
motion...
can we have some order so we can hear what's coming up next? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call motion 41 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move motion 41 with respect to the membership on the Select Standing Committee on the Finance and Government Services, standing my name on the order paper.
The question is the adoption of the motion. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? Carried. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I call on the main chamber continued debate on the Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Housing, and Committee Room A, I call it continued debate on the Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Transportation, and in Committee Room C, I call it continued debate on the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation. When that completes, the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions will begin.
Thank you, Minister. We will take a short recess in order to get the appropriate people into the appropriate places. Thank you, members.
Good afternoon. I call Committee of Supply Section B to order. Good afternoon, and I recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you so much, Chair. Great to be back for another day. So I move vote number 33, resolve that a sum not exceeding $884,436,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Housing and Ministry Operations to 31st March 2024.
Recognizing the member from West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you to the Chair. Thank you to the Minister. Welcome back, and welcome back to your team. We were in the middle of speaking about co-op when things wrapped up yesterday. So I would just like to continue on there. I do have a question just to revisit a clarification. Through the Chair to the Minister. The Minister said yesterday $1.36 billion over 10 years was available for co-ops. This is to apply to. So that was, just so I understand, it's the whole basket of money for housing. And so co-ops would then need to compete against other housing projects in order to be able to secure funds. But can the Minister confirm how much will be dedicated, and if any will be dedicated specifically to revitalizing co-ops?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The dollar amount is available for not-for-profits and co-ops to apply, and you know, they're competing against not-for-profits. And of course, I think I gave the number amount for how many years it's available, and of course, we've funded co-op projects through that in the past, and certainly hope to see good projects come forward again.
Member.
Thank you. Through the Chair, can the Minister explain to me how there can be a housing plan with goals attached to it if this global number of $1.36 billion doesn't have any targets set with respect to different types of housing, such as co-op housing? So I would anticipate that somewhere within ministry, there would be an indication or a target in terms of how much co-op dollars will be available.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the member is aware that the Community Housing Fund is an application-based fund, and so we have applications that come from co-ops and not-for-profits. When assessing which projects go through, we assess community needs, we assess the need to build housing in all parts of the province, and as I highlighted yesterday, that part of our strategy, Homes for People strategy, is to have a strategy around co-op specifically. But right now the dollars are available. Co-ops have been funded in the past, and they can continue to apply for funds here as well.
Member.
Thank you. So the NDP housing plan pledges to revitalize, and I said this yesterday, co-op housing. There's also reference to growing the sector.
The minister just referenced again the strategy with respect to co-op. So I am somewhat perplexed not to have specific dollars actually dedicated to that, but perhaps it will help if the minister can define what is meant by revitalizing and growing the sector with respect to co-op housing.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll refer directly to the words in the strategy. The province will work with co-op stakeholders and other partners to reinvigorate co-op housing sector. We didn't say in the strategy that we have a plan today and we're going to announce it. We said we're going to work with them, and that's the work we're going to do. It's going to require working with the federal government. A lot of the co-ops were built under the federal government, but we have to find a way to work together to move forward, and that's the commitment in the strategy.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. I will take from that it is still relatively vague, and then that there's a lot of work to be done in order to be able to revitalize co-op as a viable option for affordable housing. Yesterday, we talked about the purchase of land near transit. We had discussed a number that was in that table 1.2.2, investing in affordable and attainable housing. I understand from the minister that the $83 million, I'm just dealing with the 1 year at this point, which is under the line item, transit-oriented development, that is specific for MOTI to be able to purchase land in those areas. As there is a commitment in the plan to saying that this money is to help deliver up to 10,000 units. Can the minister explain to me where the dollars are for the actual housing on that land?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple things. Again, it won't be no surprise to the member that I don't agree with her summary, her summarizing what she thought I said. I'd prefer the record to show what I said, which is what's in the actual housing plan, which says the province will work with co-op stakeholders and other partners to reinvigorate co-op housing sector, working with the federal government in particular. That's to say that we already have co-ops being built. And on top of that, the member knows, because we talked about it yesterday, we also have the Rental Acquisition Fund, which is $500 million that will go to a society that is built in partnership with the BC Co-op Association, the not-for-profit, and the Aboriginal Management Housing Association. So the Co-op Association, the reason why they're excited, and again, I don't want to go into the quotes from them, but they're excited is because they see an opportunity to reinvigorate and grow the co-op sector. So that is part of it, but we know we have more work to do, and that's going to require conversation. Now, to the member's question, again, the $395 million is to purchase land, and it's in Modi. I suspect the member can ask those questions. And the member also knows that development takes years. And so let's say, for example, the money, $83 million is this year. They're going to go and apply or go to purchase it later this year. We could still not see development on it for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So it's hard to book dollars when just buying the land is important. And that's what we're trying to do here. For too long, our public lands were sold. I think that I think there's an understanding now that public lands should never be sold by government again, not to private developers, not to anyone, for many reasons. We have to build hospitals, and we have to build housing. So the target, one of the things I want to clarify, the member said 10,000 units. The strategy says 3,000 units for 10 years, within the next 10 years. And so it's, yeah, so there's just a little mix up there, but it is over 10 years, 3,000 units. And so we expect these units to be booked in probably year 4, year 5, year 6, because we still have to purchase the land. We still have to look at what the development opportunities are around it. And, but in the meantime, if land gets purchased and there's an opportunity, there will be opportunities in both, of course, the Community Housing Fund, if we can move it much quicker than that. There will be opportunities in the existing Housing Hub Fund that there is right now, if we can move things quicker. And of course, we got Build BC, which we'll have more details on later this year, which will also provide opportunities for us to build on government-owned lands. And so there will be plenty of opportunity, but fundamentally at the beginning is the core need to buy land. And I shared this yesterday, but I'll put it on the record again. For decades, we had legislation in place in British Columbia which precluded the government from buying land beyond what was needed just for a SkyTrain station. I think it was short-sighted, but looking back at it now, I can say that. I'm sure there was a reason for that thinking originally when they bought it. But that means that we had SkyTrain lines built and we couldn't build housing around it. We couldn't build healthcare around it. We couldn't build childcare around it. And so we've changed that law last year, which has now enabled us to use the $395 million that we've dedicated for buying land that is excess to the amount that's needed for the actual SkyTrain line or the transit, the frequent transit area. And so it's unlocking a new opportunity for us, which is great, but I do want to clarify that it was 3,000 units over the next 10 years starting this year.
Member. Thank you to the Minister, and I do thank you for that clarification. I had switched those two numbers. Yesterday, we spoke about the strata age restrictions in Bill 44. We seemed to be at cross purposes when we were talking about this, and I'm not sure if we were just misunderstanding each other. So I went away and just broke this down into some more specific questions that I'm hoping will provide a bit more clarity in terms of what I'm looking for here. So through the chair, in the past decade, it's been, I think a good guess would be 1 to 2 existing strata corporations converted to 55 plus every year. Now 230 stratas have converted in the past 4 months, which is the same amount of time since Bill 44 has been in effect. Can the minister admit that this significant increase in conversions to 55 plus is a direct result of the introduction of Bill 44.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think yesterday was a failure for each of us to understand. I think it was more of a failure to agree. And so we can go over this for multiple times, and I'm happy to do that because the time is the members. But fundamentally, if a building moves to 55 and over and 230 out of 33,000 went in that direction, what that means is that those units will still be available for rent, but to people who are 55 over. And we spent the first day here in estimates talking about the need, especially with seniors, around housing. And so our goal with the strategy around with that legislation was to ensure that rentals will be available. And there were a lot of rules precluding renters from being there. And I appreciate that. I know some members in the opposition highlighted, suggested fear around renters living near them. I don't want to go in the quotes. I can bring them out. But the idea was to ensure that rentals will be available in all buildings so that we can unlock all the potential we have. Now, some strata corps thought by moving to 55 and plus that somehow they could stop rentals in their building. And that is false. If they go to 55 and plus, it means there's still rentals available. It just means it has to be for 55 and over. And the core reason why we ensured the 55 plus was because the seniors advocated that it was an important piece. And so yesterday we had this exchange. We'll have it again today. But the suggestion that that is a problem is a suggestion that perhaps the 55 plus should be removed. And the member shared with me yesterday that she didn't think that was something that they agreed with. And that's something the seniors advocate has made for us. So again, it was not a, in fairness to the member, it wasn't because she wasn't explaining her question well, and it wasn't because I wasn't giving the answer well. It's just a fundamental disagreement on the premise of the question.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. The question that I just asked is if the minister believes that an increase from 1 or 2 per year over the last few decades of conversions to 55 plus versus 230 conversions to 55 plus in the last 4 months is a result of Bill 44.
Minister.
Strata corps have the right at any time to move to 55 plus. It's not my place to say if that's right or wrong. Strata corps have that right to do so under the law right now. Again, that is more units that will be available to people who are 55 plus.
Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Prior to Bill 44, many stratas without age restrictions, so these are stratas that didn't have age restrictions, did allow minimum numbers of units to be rented. Sometimes it would be up to a maximum of 25% of the overall rentals in the building. And these units would have been available for rent or for purchase for families and individuals of any age. Importantly, also, this is a good affordable housing for young people to be able to purchase. But because of the 230 strata conversions to 55, I would like the minister to confirm that he understands and agrees that rental housing stock, because of this, has been reduced for people under 55.
Minister.
I can confirm for the member that 2,800 owners of strata units claimed the speculation and vacancy tax exemption. So 2,800 units were not being rented because, or for whatever reason, in the strata building. And I can confirm for the member that the legislation where we made the change now makes all 2,800 of those units available for rent.
Member.
Thank you. Through the chair, will the minister confirm that the average number of units in a strata is 30 and that 230 times 30 is 6,900, which is far in excess of the 2,800 units that the minister said Bill 44 was meant to create?
Minister.
The 6,900 units the member mentions, all are available for someone to rent.
Member.
I believe the minister does not understand what I am asking, is that these 6,900 units are now, whether they were available previously or not, no longer available as rental units for anyone under the age of 55.
Minister.
I'm very aware of what the member said, so I do understand. And what I'm saying is all those units are available for renters. And to the core, I mean, we spent the first day talking about the need for seniors to have housing. And there's a growing demographic. And so I don't understand what we're debating here, because units, I shared with the member 2,800 units, strata unit owners claimed the speculation and vacancy tax. They owned a unit, it was sitting empty, and they claimed an exemption because they were not allowed to rent it. And now what I'm saying is every single unit under a strata corporation in this province must be available for renting. Some, yes, were 55 plus, and some for everyone else, but they're all available for rent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the minister confirm then that the intent of Bill 44 was to create seniors housing?
Minister.
The intent of the legislation was to ensure that every unit that is available be available for people to rent.
Member.
Thank you. Will the minister confirm that during committee stage on Bill 44, the opposition critic, who has just joined me here at the time, asked the Minister of Housing at the time if this legislation would cause a number of stratas to convert to 55 plus, and the minister said, no, he was not concerned about this. It was too difficult for stratas to organize, and this wouldn't happen. So does the minister admit that this was actually a miscalculation, and that the extraordinary number of stratas who, out of fear, are now converting to 55 plus was not, in fact, anticipated or the intention of the legislation?
Minister.
Extraordinary amount, 230 out of 33,000. 230, so that's only 10. All those units are available for rental. All those units are available for rental. And I think it's important to go back again. We had 2,800 units. We're talking, that's billions of dollars if we were trying to build that supply in the market right now. So we had 2,800 units where people said, I would love to rent my property. It's empty, but I can't, because strata rules preclude me from renting it. And so there are more rental spaces now available for seniors, people who are 55 plus, but there's 2,800 at least minimum units that are available for everyone. And that's beyond that. There's also units now where people are living in them and they can actually have a roommate. And I know of someone who had that situation where they were struggling and they were able to bring a roommate in. And so, the member's asking if I think this policy is a failure. There's 2,800 additional units on the market for rent. I think that's a success.
Member.
Thank you. I understood that the minister has just said that those 2,800 units that are back on the market are available for all people to rent, but I would like him to please confirm how many of those 2,800 are in 55 plus restricted buildings.
Minister.
Well, 55 plus people rent. It may be breaking news to people in this place, but yes, they do rent. And so those units will be available in some cases to people who are 55 plus, in some cases to everyone.
Member.
Thank you for the answers, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, the minister said that he had received legal advice on when and how the forensic audit for BC Housing could be released. As the audit has still not been released, could the minister give the specific legal reasons why it has not been released by this time?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The process for release of this information is stipulated by the Freedom of Information and Protection Privacy Act. The Act includes a requirement that a public body must give sufficient notice to third parties before the release of information. I confirmed for the member on day one that I met with the Privacy Commissioner, not only to share my initial thoughts of the release of the document, but also giving the Commissioner an understanding of how we're ensuring that this important piece is followed.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister confirm, however, what the legal advice was that he was provided yesterday, confirming that legal counsel had provided advice on the release of this information, and on what basis it has not yet been released?
That a public body must give sufficient notice to a third party before the release of the information.
Thank you. Interesting that the legal advice would simply be have something read out of FOIPA. Section 25 does allow discretion from government in terms of releasing information which is in the public's best interest. There are no stipulated timelines, as the Minister knows, in terms of what is sufficient. So am I to understand that the legal advice which was provided to the Minister was simply a paragraph out of FOIPA? Minister.
Decisions of this sort are guided by FOIPA. And in this case, I've repeated many times, it's critically important that we follow the FOIPA. And that includes a requirement that a public body must give sufficient notice to third parties before the release of information.
Member. Thank you. We can stand here and debate what sufficient is and all of those other things, but I will leave that at this point. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the Minister will let us know who those third parties are that have been notified.
Minister.
No, I cannot at this time.
Member.
Madam Chair, there was fairly recently a large exodus of employees from BC Housing. It was significant through, actually it wasn't even through FOI documents, I believe it was public to find were the exit interviews of a number of people. Morale has never been as low. Will the Minister allow that we can draw a conclusion that that large exodus of employees and the bad morale is related to the forensic audit?
Minister.
The member certainly doesn't need me to allow anyone in this place to draw whatever conclusions they want. But I would say that the nature of coming out of the pandemic has been such where it doesn't matter if you're talking to public sector, if you're talking to private sector, you're talking to companies anywhere. People have moved, people have found new opportunities, new people have come to BC Housing. But I think what's key is that people that we have at BC Housing are phenomenal. Like I've had the opportunity of meeting so many amazing people at BC Housing. And the work they do, their commitment to ensuring that people have housing. I mean, every MLA in this house has been in a situation where somebody needed something quick, somebody needed to be housed, and they've been in contact with BC Housing to be able to best support people. That's the work these people do. Yes, some people leave. Yes, some great people come. That's the nature of employers and employment relationships. I would say that the new board, the new chair and the board have been doing fantastic work, working with the team to ensure that we continue to deliver, but also address the issues that were highlighted in the first Ernst & Young report. They've been enacting all those pieces. Those key themes were important because we want to make sure that BC Housing can continue to build the housing that we need, but do it in a better way. And that's why the information the member has is made public, because we make these things public. Transparency is an important thing for everyone. And again, with this report, when we have gone through the due diligence, it would be made public as well.
Member.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there was nowhere in that exit interview where there was reference made to the pandemic. There were many references made to things not being organized, not having resources, mixed messaging, not having appropriate access to HR. There were a whole number of things. So I believe that it is inappropriate or perhaps naive for the minister to describe that as kind of a natural workforce turnover. I also know a number of amazing people at BC Housing, and I completely agree with the minister that there are fabulous people there doing great work, and they need to be supported, and they need to be supported with the right tools in order to be able to do that work. I've worked with a number of those folks before, and there's some great folks there. BC NDP right now, Madam Chair, is standing in the way of permitting tiny homes. Why did the province not endorse the UBCM resolution NR21 calling for action on permitting tiny homes? Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed the member in her question said the BC NDP specifically. Well, I want to share with the member that the BC Liberal, United, whatever the names are going to be, did a review of this in 2016. A comprehensive review of barriers to tiny homes, and it was completed with the National Building Code. At the time, the province said that there wasn't enough. They recommended not to make any amendments to the building code. And so, I think if the question is, can we find ways to enable this? Happy to have that conversation. If the suggestion is somehow the BC NDP didn't do it, I think that would be false.
Member. I understand, thank you, what the minister is saying. Times have changed. We now have a request from UBCM. So does not providing support contradict the BC Housing Research Centre's white paper, Tiny Homes, an Alternative to Conventional Housing, and does government not want to support that?
Minister.
So as I mentioned, in 2016 there was a review done. And we, of course, whenever requests come from local governments, we continue to find ways to look to see how we can accommodate them. But I think the member could agree that safety is going to be number one. And so the BC Building Code establishes minimum life safety measures such as structural integrity, smoke alarms, means of egress, ventilation, health measures, plumbing. Reducing or removing these measures for any building type compromises health and safety for British Columbians. And so, I appreciate the member's advocacy. I appreciate the advocacy from some local governments. We are doing a review of it, but there was a reason why the previous government in 2016 didn't do it. And I suspect it was around safety, because that's the concerns that come up now. But if we can find a way to ensure public safety and have tiny homes, that's, of course, it would be a great thing. But that work has to happen. And a lot of our work happens with at a national level. So we work with our national partners on the building code and where research is at.
Member. Thank you. Madam Chair, tiny homes and manufactured homes are built to the highest quality and standard. Safety issues and concerns, there's been so many advancements in the manufacture of tiny homes. I think it would be short-sighted to not consider these as a viable option for addressing affordable housing. Will the minister consider designating tiny homes as an allowable dwelling dwelling unit and a viable topology to address the missing middle that can assist in delivering affordable home ownership and increase rental options across BC. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say that I do find it a little ironic that the opposition won't support small-scale multi-unit homes, but are encouraging us to build tiny homes. But I'll leave that aside for now. I will say to the member that the BC Building Code establishes minimum life safety measures such as structural integrity, smoke alarms, means of egress and ventilation, and health measures like plumbing. Reducing or removing these measures compromises health and safety of the building occupants. Now, it's important to note the Building Code has no limit on how small a house can be built, provided that it meets the minimum standards for protection of people and protection of the environment. And it's important to note that several manufacturers in BC have actually successfully designed and installed tiny homes that meet the safety standards of the BC Building Code.
Member. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister explain the comment about not supporting small-scale multi-unit homes? Perhaps that was something prior to my being here, but certainly I have never had this discussion with anyone.
Minister.
On the record, the Leader of the Opposition has said that our changes to allow single-family homes to go to 3 and up to 4 units is not something that he supports. So perhaps if the member wants articles where the Leader is quoted, I certainly can pass that along.
Member. Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't understand how the minister could draw that conclusion in order to be able to say something as clear as our party doesn't support small-scale multi-unit homes. The example given is our asking questions about the upzoning to fourplexes on single-family lots. This has nothing to do with that. Is simply looking at making sure that everything is being considered, the impacts are being considered. So I would actually ask that, and I'll have to look for the chair's guidance on this, that the minister withdraw that, or, I mean, it was certainly not, I believe that to be a misleading statement.
Minister.
It's on the record multiple times where the Leader of the Opposition has said that he doesn't support the direction the province is going on small-scale multi-units. He said it on radio, he said it on TV, and if the member wants me to get my staff to pull articles where he's raising issues around this. Certainly can share that.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can assure the Minister that I have staff looking that up right now, and we'll return to that. Over a year ago, the Premier promised to address the issue of rent increases for families with newborns. He was the Housing Minister, and he was asked about the Nanaimo resident, Patrick Marston, receiving a $100 rent increase notice due to the birth of his second child. The Premier responded to the situation, calling it bizarre, and promised amendments to the law, but has failed to deliver those amendments now. Victoria Walsh and her partner have now had a 20% rent increase because their baby was considered an additional tenant. So if the Minister can explain why this was not followed up on, though promised to address the concern, and this has been a year after the Premier calling this bizarre.
Minister.
Certainly will get that for the member. I want to share with the member at the UBCM speech, the Leader of the Opposition said, if you're going to upzone every single family law across the province to 4 units on every single family lot, well, this is problematic policy on so many levels. So I'll get the other answer for the member as well.
Okay, let's get back to estimates, please. Minister.
Can the member give me details of what timeline she's referring to, or if there's an article or a specific, or perhaps the member can pass me something with the person's name on it so we can better answer that question?
Member.
Absolutely. I also know that these were questions posed in question period at the time. Patrick Marston and Victoria Walsh were the names of the Nanaimo residents, and the Premier was asked in response to their story, at which time he said it was bizarre and promised amendments to the law.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. If this dispute is in front of the RTB right now, unfortunately, I can't really provide comments on the specific. But I will say that I can see how this would be so frustrating for that family when they signed a private contract with the understanding that if another person moved in, that their rent would go up. I'm sure their assumption would be the same as many others, that by another person it would mean another adult and not a new child, and so certainly frustrating. We've come across these kind of challenges with both agreements and people's understanding of them. I don't have a solution for the member today, but I can certainly say that we're looking at not only this, but a whole host of other challenges, such as people being precluded not to be in buildings because of having a baby and other things. So we are looking at all those pieces, but I can't provide any details to the member today.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister, and that did answer my question in a general way. There were 15,000 British Columbians have signed the petition Protect BC Tenants Having Children. What I understood the Minister to say is that that is something that they are alive to and are looking at resolving. Thank you to the Minister for that. Madam Chair, I'd like to talk about the homelessness strategy in tent cities at this point. The Premier promised to take quick action on homelessness and lead the charge in the downtown east side. Yet the homelessness strategy has continued to be delayed. The Premier promised that all the housing announced during his first 100 days would be ready in time for the decampment of the downtown east side. Why were the sites at Main and Ash Streets delayed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think the member suggested that the homelessness strategy wasn't released. I think maybe there was a misunderstanding there because it has been released. Okay, good. I just want to clarify that. Has been released. And I think that all the 330 units that we were expecting, we expect to be by the end of summer. It would have been ideal to have all those up before any action would be taken from the city. But I think it's important to note that the city made a decision because of safety. They have to enforce the bylaws. They have to ensure that both people living in the encampments are safe, but they also have to ensure that the community is safe. And with the escalation of fires, the escalation of crime issues that they were dealing with, and the concerns, serious concerns, very valid concerns from the fire chief, the city made a decision to move. Now, that being said, I've said in this house many times, we have 330 units coming online by the end of summer. Now we have an additional 110 because we just bought the Chalmers Lodge, which is fantastic. We had some specific issues around the site that mentioned the member mentioned. One of the issues we had was that when the work that was happening on site, the crews were notified that concrete and asphalt needed to be tested for asbestos. Because there could be some unknown surprises there. So the city hazmat teams had to go on site, collect samples, and help mitigate any foreseen issues. We also had another issue, for example, we had supply chain issues. Some of the supplies that we're wanting to get on site were delayed. That being said, the member will know the construction is ongoing. We had said that we would open around 100 units every month. I can share that we have occupancy permit on the first 95, and BC Housing is working right now to start moving people in many cases out of the shelters into these units. We expect more units to come online in the coming weeks, and then every month additional units to come on. We also have extended funding for extreme weather shelters in the city, and so we're doing all the things we can, working with our partners to find additional shelter spaces for those that need them. We continue to urge those that are looking for shelter spaces to take some of the shelter spaces, but all that work is happening simultaneously.
Member. Thank you to the Minister. Did the province provide any advice to the City of Vancouver on whether or not they should move ahead with the decampment on the downtown east side at the time they did? I understand the Minister cited that there were safety concerns, but what input did or advice did the province provide? Minister.
The advice was, well, first off, I'm not in a place to give the Mayor of City of Vancouver advice. The Mayor's responsibility is public safety. We have said from the beginning, and I have said many times on record, the encampments are not safe. They're not safe for the people living in them. They're not safe for the community at large. And so the Mayor and I are in alignment on that important piece, and certainly the Premier has said it several times. Of course, we want as much housing online as possible, but the Mayor has a decision to make when it comes to safety, and given the facts in front of the Mayor had to make a decision. And so our job from the province is to ensure that we can get enough shelter space available to people and then get these units online as fast as we can. And this is, these units that I mentioned are the ones that are coming. I think it's important to note that since the Premier committed to playing a leadership role on the downtown east side, that over 139 units have already opened up. And so it's significant resources we're putting in place to get units available for people to get them housed.
Member. Thank you, Minister. Can I just clarify that I know it's not the Minister's place to kind of give advice or direct the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, but was this decision made with respect to the timing, was it made in consultation between the province and the city so that everyone knew what was happening at the same time and there was mutual support there? Minister.
There's constant conversations for the last 4.5 months with the Mayor. The Mayor, on several occasions in the 2 months before they took action, shared with me his serious concerns around fire. I've had a chance to meet with the police chief, the deputy police chief, the fire chief. Everyone stressed the importance of or the challenge of escalation of fires and crime-related issues. And so that was known to us. They made it clear to us on several occasions when we met, but it was always understood that the decision on when to go is the city's decision. Our decision is around how do we get enough shelter spaces and into more supportive housing units available for people when they need them.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. The media was reporting and that the province seemed to be unprepared to offer housing support for the campers when this happened. Why was the Minister not or so unprepared?
Minister.
Well, I think it's fair to say that when a de-encampment of that size happens, that it's a really challenging situation on the ground. And it'll come to no surprise to anyone here that the first day was certainly challenging. But that being said, everyone that said that they wanted shelter was provided shelter. And not only on that day, because that day certainly was challenging, but the days going forward, and in fact, for months leading up to that. It's important to note that we had over 90 people that we were already able to house the few months before because staff, people, agencies are on the ground meeting with people one-on-one and saying, do you need shelter? Do you need shelter? We have shelter space available. And we were successful in finding shelter for 90 people. That's very positive. On the day, again, there was it was just a challenging situation on the ground, which makes making sure that everyone has everything they need a challenge, but yet staff were able to make sure that shelter spaces were available, or the not-for-profits were able to step up and make sure that there was supports available for people. But the first day, no doubt, was a challenge, and days after that, things were able to get more smooth.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is on the first day only 8 people had accepted housing. I know there was a small number perhaps the next day. This was a number according to the mayor. I've heard that all people who wanted shelter got shelter, but what does the Minister think of the number 8 in terms of those seeking shelter?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So on the day one, when the city took action on the encampment, 67 structures were taken down. 36, we estimate around 36 people were impacted. 49 propane tanks were removed. The amount of people who took up shelter, who took offers of shelter that day were 9. So 9 of the 36 estimated people on the first day accepted shelter. On the following day, the estimate is around, the structures were around 27 that were taken down, and there was an estimate about 20 people were impacted, and 9 people on that day took the offer of shelter. And staff continue to be on the ground with anyone that is needing shelter to ensure them that there will be shelter spaces available for them.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister knows, and I certainly know, this is a very complicated situation. You're dealing with mental health issues, you're dealing with health issues, sense of community, and you have so many people who are at different stages of life with different issues and challenges which have led them to the downtown east side or have led them into homelessness in general. I'd like to ask about the Main and Ash Street properties residences, and who is going to be transitioned into those homes, and what will the process look like for getting people into those homes?
Minister.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thanks to the member for that question. So the first step is always shelters, because it's important for staff to be able to do assessments on the needs of people, whether they need supportive housing, whether they need something more complex, whether they just need some rental supports to get into rent. And so that assessment happens at shelters. And then there's what's called the coordinated access table, which has a lot of not-for-profits on it. BC Housing participates. And what they do is they go individual by individual and identify what their needs are and who is a good fit for the unit. Then they are offered space, and sometimes it takes time for people to make their decision, and then they're scheduled, and then that transition happens. But it's important for us to be on the record to say that the shelters are the first place where we prefer to do all the assessments, because then we have a better sense of the needs of the individual, because in the end, we don't want to put them somewhere where they won't be successful. It won't be good for them. It won't be good for the community at large. So that's where that work happens.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister explain, with respect to both Main and Ash, are they high barrier, low barrier? Are they for specific, women, men? What is the anticipated population?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I laid out the process of how people are given opportunities into different type of housing. These particular sites are supportive housing. Whenever decisions are made about who goes into a site, it's always a balance that's struck. And so it is low barrier, but the teams that have the discussion, the value of having everybody at the table is they get to assess people's needs, and they try to ensure that there's some that have maybe more needs that go, but they also try to balance it with people who have less other needs, social support needs. And so they try to find that balance to make sure that it can be a good fit for the community. It's important to note that seniors and Indigenous communities are prioritized to get these spaces. And I believe that's the only questions the member asked.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister explain what supported services will be available at each of these housing projects?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's 24-hour staffing, 24/7 staffing, meals. There's on-site health supports, overdose protection services, mental health supports, wound care supports. So quite comprehensive supports at the building.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the 24/7 staffing, what is the staffing ratio to have on-site staff 24/7? And does that ratio change in the evening versus the daytime?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the number fluctuates during the day. It depends on the operator. It depends on the needs of the people being served at that particular site. At no point will there be less than 2 people on site, but it can be a lot more depending on the needs of individuals at that particular site. So you have mental health support services, you have other healthcare related workers there, and so the numbers can be much higher depending on the need, but it's operator by operator, and it's an agreement that goes through with operators.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the operators, there would be a contract set out, and I don't know now if it would be with VCH or who it would be for supportive housing. But am I to understand now that there is not yet a contract which outlines the actual programs that will run. And when I talk about programs, I mean the kind of housing and the kind of supports that are going to be provided. Is that still yet to be determined on those two sites?
Minister.
Thank you so much. So a contractor has been identified for the Ash Street site. Staff are just trying to get information on whether everything has been finalized with them or not. An RFP is underway for Main Street site.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to go back though from what then, I'm spending a lot of time on this because it's of particular interest to me, I think to all people. The minister said previously when I asked who is going to be housed in these units, what kinds of supports they're going to have, and I understood that we're still trying to kind of figure that out. But if a contract has already been awarded to a housing provider, and there's an RFP out right now, that RFP would presumably include all of the services and supports that would identify the type of individuals that would be living there. So is that the case, that there are specifics in terms of who will be living there and what the supports will be?
Minister.
Well, I highlighted how individuals are chosen to go on site. And as I said, the staff are just finalizing, trying to get the information about whether the contracts have been signed and finalized. And if we have that information, I'll share that.
Member.
Thank you. I guess I can also look in the RFP if there is one out there and available. I am surprised if these buildings were already supposed to be open, if we don't have confirmed contractors in them, but I will be interested to find that out. This is probably my last question on this, but again, just very interested because I think that Maine and Nash are going to be models of other ways that some of these encampments can be supported. Are these, it goes back, I guess maybe this is an RFP question now, I don't know. Is the intent that these will be, the minister said low barrier, would residents be able to be in active addiction, or would they need to be clean or not using prior to being residents in the facilities?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I highlighted, the coordinated tables will help identify who goes in. These are low barriers. I mean, in the end of the day, our goal here is to bring people indoors, get them off out of encampments, out of parks, off the street, and indoors to provide them the supports that they need. And it's not always one thing, and I know the member knows this better than many in this chamber. People have very different needs. Some will need more needs and some have less. But our main goal here is to get people off the street and get them the supports. And in some cases, it's people who need mental health supports. And in those cases, it's hard to get people even the meds that they need. It's hard to get any stability in their lives when they're in encampments in the street. And so it's about bringing them in, giving some stability, and then opening the door for other things, for whether it's mental health supports, whether it's taking steps towards detox, and all these things happen once people have that stability in their life.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that. I certainly hope this goes well, and I'm certainly hoping that vulnerable people who need that support are getting that support. So I am hopeful, and I thank staff for doing what they can do in order to keep people safe there. And I would ask that perhaps the minister indulge me with a tour or something of the properties when they're at a point that would be appropriate. I'm going to change tact a little bit here, though I'm still, we're kind of in the social housing area here. Housing sites and the homeless encampments, as we know and as the minister has said, have been challenging. They've been the site of increased violence, including some pretty scary weapons-related incidences. This suggests that the government are perhaps tolerant of BC housing sites becoming flashpoints for crime. Through the chair, what has the minister done to address the infiltration of guns, drugs, and gangs into BC Housing locations, like this year's recent seizures from Johnson Street Housing?
Minister.
Thank you so much. So the question was around 844 Johnson Street. I think it's important for some context of that site. That site was put up in 2016. At the time, it was associated with de-encampment of the encampment that was at City Hall, and at that time, folks were shifted, but they didn't have that coordinated access table that we have now, and so folks were just moved in, and part of the contract and the way it was structured at the time has led to some challenges around how people can kind of go in or out, how operations can happen there. So while the building operator is PHS, they have the ability to monitor and ban specific people from entering into common areas. The BC Court has ruled that tenants also have the right to private enjoyment of their homes or units, and this can make it really challenging when there are criminals who are preying on vulnerable people. I met with just about a month ago with the Mayor of the City of Victoria, the Police Chief, the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of State for Childcare, and staff, where we had a conversation about what we can do to ensure more safety on the site, given that the courts have made their decision. And so numerous things that came out of that we've enacted, such as more fencing around the area so that people can only go in and out one door. That's made a big difference. And more security on site, which has made a difference as well. And then there's some things, obviously, that we're still challenged with around who's going into units, et cetera. Something that we don't necessarily have challenges on in other sites.
Member.
Thank you for the Minister's answer. Through the Chair, what message does it send to communities about supportive housing when there is rampant crime happening within and around these supportive housing units? Not all of them, of course, but there are many that are. So what does the Minister say to those communities that are experiencing some of the impact of that?
Minister.
Well, I appreciate the member's question. I think it's important to note that this one was in 2016. So, you know, I think when we talk about supportive housing, I think it's incumbent on both sides of the House to ensure that people know that this is vitally important to ensure that people get stability in their lives so they can get the supports that they need. You know, just having people on the streets means that these challenges are going to be happening in encampments and parks and elsewhere. It's better to get shelter and get the supports they need. Now, I really appreciate the member saying that it's understood that it's not everywhere, that some sites have particular challenges, and this one in particular has challenges because at the time there was no coordinated table, there was no understanding of can we get a mix of folks into the site so that it doesn't add additional challenges to the operators. The decision at that time was made just to say, okay, everybody go on in. And I'm not blaming folks because, you know, we're dealing with encampments, so I know how challenging and complex it can be. But I think we've learned from that experience and working closely with local governments. You know, like for example, I'll give you an example. I was in Vernon recently, and the supportive housing built there has been a game changer for the community. The mayor was highlighting for me that they saw a 67% reduction in calls to bylaw from local businesses because of the supportive housing. I met a woman there who was working there who pulled me aside to tell me that she was sleeping in an encampment a few years ago, got herself into a shelter, and now was in supportive housing and got herself into now rental housing, and they provided her skills to do peer-to-peer support and is working on site. So this works, but the path for every individual is not a straight one, and so it's our responsibility to continue to engage with folks to make sure that we're making this safe for the community, but also providing space for people to get the support. Many of our supportive housing units have tables where community is at the table, where they could identify issues so that we can proactively deal with them in advance. And that's also been a success for us in many communities. And just when I was in Vernon, I met this woman who said, I was against this housing in my neighborhood, and now I'm grateful that it's there. And that's what we want to be hearing in more communities, because I think deep down, everyone is compassionate, everyone understands that everyone deserves a chance to make it, and we need to keep reminding people that this kind of action, the work we're doing, is giving people hope, and there is hope.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. The Minister points out that Johnson Street was a 2016 project, but I would just like to point out that it is under this government where caches of weapons are being found and seized. And as the Minister well knows, my appreciation for supportive housing, and that we can't paint every project and every person in a certain light, because we really do need to make sure that we're taking care of those who are vulnerable. But clearly, crime associated with BC housing sites, whether they're hotels, SROs, what have it, is significant. I'll just read, the Victoria Police Chief's comments. Many of these supportive housing locations are simply not safe, and we're seeing a trend that we need to address. So what would you say to the police chief in terms of what is being done to address safety issues at supportive housing sites? And the Minister had listed some some things that were happening with Johnson Street, but we're not seeing the success of what is being tried. So what would he say to the police chief?
Minister.
I'll share with the member not what I would say. I can share with the member what I did say to the police chief, which is, let's start at the first basis, which is, can we agree that people in housing are better, or we're better able to serve them and the community is safer than when they are in encampments or parks? We started with an agreement there. That was a good first step. And then we said, okay, how do we ensure that we get, that we have the housing, but we're also making sure that people in the community are safe? And I appreciate the member saying, well, 2016 was, it's happening now. What I'm saying is that the basis of the contract at the time is the reason why we're limited in some important things, such as who can go in and out. Like other supportive sites, it's coming through one door. You can have different rules in place to ensure safety. Because of the court's adjudication on how the contract was structured at the time, we're limited by that. And so and I just want the member to be clear, I'm not blaming anybody here. And I'm just saying, I appreciate the challenge at the time. You've got people in encampments and you're trying to get people into housing, and the decision was made. I'm saying that we've learned from that process, but on that particular site, we're still dealing with a challenge on how the contract was structured at the time. We've taken steps after the conversation with the mayor and the police chief to make it safer. The police chief wanted to be more engaged about how the police can be more engaged with our not-for-profits. And by the way, the police chief on record has said multiple times they've got a great relationship with the providers. In fact, some of in fact, one of the large arrests that were made on site was because of that partnership. And so that, I think, is vitally important. So the mayor wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to do some of that work early, and we agreed, and some of that is happening already. I think it's important that in order for us to be successful, we're going to need to continue to have tables where we're having those discussions. And I have to give the chief credit. He came to the table. He understood what we were saying. We fully understood what he was saying. The mayor highlighted how important safety was for the community. We've taken some steps that have worked, but we have more work to do.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. We can absolutely agree that we need to get people a roof over their head and we need to keep them safe. But following along that thread, when someone is vulnerable and they go into supportive housing and they are then in danger in that supportive housing, that is certainly not the solution that we're looking for. I was down Hastings, Cordova area a few weeks ago meeting with a housing provider, and they expressed to me an increase that they've seen, and this has always been an issue, but in sexual assaults on women in shelters. And in some of these supportive housing units, women are particularly vulnerable and vulnerable to there's criminals that prey on women in particular. What does the minister say to this issue? Is it being recognized? And how are we going to keep people within these shelters safe from those in the shelters who are not safe?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'll start by agreeing with the member on this, that it's horrifying to think that people would prey on already the most vulnerable people. It's appalling. And so members heard stories, I've heard stories, and it's just a sad reality which is being faced by so many people, BC, Canada, world. And so we can agree on that. We're always aware of individuals and organized crimes that are trying to take advantage. In fact, I would say to those who have concerns around encampments and others, there was organized crime actively involved in some of the encampments as well. So our goal is to ensure that we can get people into housing so that we can provide that safety and then the more supportive and long-term housing. Again, I think it's important to note that we've seen success. We've actually helped people. And I've been fortunate enough to meet many of them. But we have a lot more people that we need to help, certainly coming out of the pandemic. It's a conversation that I've had with colleagues around the country who've all seen significant increases in people being homeless coming out of the pandemic, seen a significant increase in people dealing with mental health challenges out of the pandemic. So it's important to note this is not only a challenge in BC. If you look at Seattle, Portland, down in the Bay Area, Arizona, I mean, across the country. That's why reports are being written about this topic across the country, and the federal government's talking about more encampment responses. So it's a real challenge, and you know, one of the things we had talked to the Victoria Police about in particular was looking at ways, you know, it was suggested to us that perhaps the police can be involved in identifying who goes into supportive housing and who doesn't. But that is problematic in the sense that under the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, because of the legislation, tenant and applicant information cannot be shared with anyone outside of BC Housing without the tenant or applicant's express permission. So the coordinated access tables, they did do the best they can to ensure that they're selecting people for the right type of accommodation. We do a lot of work with security. Our not-for-profit providers work closely with police. And again, it's the 844 Johnson site in particular, the fact that there was a major arrest, a major bust that happened, it's because of that close collaboration. And so that work happens, it's ongoing, and we're going to continue to work with communities through that process, but also through these tables that we create in communities where people from the community get to actually be part of the conversation and actually get a chance to highlight concerns that they have so that we can proactively address them.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. Through the Chair, Madam Chair, after BC Housing paid $500,000 per key to buy a 110-room hotel at 1176 Granville Street to shelter former residents of an Oppenheimer Park homeless encampment, in 2022, police have been called to that site 2,494 times, including 751 calls last year, according to the VPD. What is being done to ensure that this stops being the case?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the particular site, I know the Vancouver Police released some data on that, and actually what was discovered was, in fact, it was one resident that was calling, which was one resident that was under distress, which was calling the police like 12 times a day. And so what we were able to do, working with the City of Vancouver, with the police, and of course with mental health supports, was to be able to, I can't talk specifically about the case, but just to say we were able to find additional supports for that individual so that the call amounts weren't there anymore. And so that was a particular challenge we had to deal with. But I think, broadly speaking, there's some of the supportive housing, not all of them, and some of the SRO spaces, we deal with challenges. I mean, sometimes people are under duress, they've got mental health challenges. And when you have people living in this kind of space, you know, you're going to get additional calls. We have people who unfortunately smoke in the rooms. And when they're smoking in the rooms, when they're not allowed, the fire alarms go off and then fire get called. And so, you know, I find it frustrating as the Minister of Housing, but what is the alternative? You know, people who are dealing with trauma, who need to smoke, do I kick them out of the unit? You know, like that just causes big issues. So we've been working really closely with organizations, grassroots organizations, around educating a lot of the residents about fire safety and other things that need to happen. And so that's on the fire side, and on that specific site, as I mentioned, you know, unfortunately, we had one person who was under distress and who just, you know, felt like they needed to call the police a lot for many days in a row.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. I'm not sure if the Minister is suggesting that 2,494 calls to this property were made by one person. There would still be there's significant activity at this building, regardless of that one person. What mental health supports, addiction, detox, recovery supports are being offered to the residents of that building?
Minister.
Surprise. Thank you, Chair. I'm not suggesting that every single call came from that individual. What I'm saying is we had a challenge with a unique individual, and when we were able to find that individual's supports, additional supports, that the concern from the City of Vancouver, the police, was dramatically less because, yes, calls come for a whole host of reasons, and I'm sure many of those calls were for other reasons. But there was a particular challenge with that individual. Now, that supportive housing site has people providing life skills training for individuals, connections to healthcare, mental health, substance abuse services. Again, staff there 24/7 to support tenants. And in particular on that site, Vancouver Coastal has what they call the Intensive Housing Outreach Team, which has additional clinical related supports for individuals. So that site has additional supports for individuals that need it.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I confirm then that those supports are available? They're actually on site. How many FTEs are on site, and who holds the contract for operating that building?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We're just trying to get, I know the member wants specifics of that site, so we're just having to do that. If the member wants to ask other questions, and then we'll just come right back to it while they're pulling it, for the interest of time. But also, I just wanted to seek leave to make a quick introduction.
Shall leave be granted?
Thank you so much. I look up there and I see Presidente Jen Ford and Trish Mandewo, who's the Vice President of UBCM, who's a City Councillor at the City of Coquitlam. I want to welcome them here to the House.
Member.
I'll ask about another specific example as well. In my own riding in the district of North Vancouver, there is a travel lodge which BC Housing leased during the pandemic for shelter. That lease is to be renewed, I think, towards the end of this year. We get a number of concerns brought to our office, doorbells being ripped off, open drug use, theft, and this is it is connected to residents of the travel lodge. I'd like to understand what kind of supports are being provided at that travel lodge location. And is BC Housing aware that there are some significant issues of personal property destruction with the townhomes directly around it?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I hope the member appreciates that this type of questions around the previous one, we have hundreds of sites and staff all over we're trying to get that information for you. The one the member mentioned around her writing, it's managed by Lookout Society, and that site they prioritize Indigenous folks, in particular from Squamish Nation. So they've got meals, 24/7 supports, and a whole other supports that I've named for the other housing units. And at this point, I can't share with you that have any information about specific cases linked to people living at that site. And not saying that there may not be issues. I'm just saying that I can't at this point confirm that for the member.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister, and I understand those comments. There was a promise by the NDP government to phase out SROs, but now in the most current housing, I'm going to have to ask for a break after this question. In the most recent housing plan, there is a commitment to put money into refurbish some of these SROs. Are SROs going to be part of the housing plan moving forward?
Minister.
I'm surprised there wasn't a round of applause for the member suggesting a quick 5-minute break, but it's perhaps they're all, yeah, there we go. I was thinking perhaps we put them to sleep, but they're awake and alive and smiling, which is lovely. So the SROs, they are an important part of our housing stock right now. There is a clear understanding that in the long run, that this is not, the SROs are not the way to house people over the long term. But currently, we have a huge housing crisis, and we need to ensure that all of our housing sites and units are operating in a way that's safe for the public. And so part of some of the units that we're bringing online are newly renovated SRO sites, because in some cases, and it's important to note this, that when we think of SROs, sometimes media portrays all SROs as just awful. And the reality is that there are some that are. But there's really 3 tiers, because even the housing advocates, say in the downtown east side, they tell us that, they've told me, that SROs have a role to play in housing our population, and not all SROs are just awful. We do have some that are run down, some in fact that are privately held. But we also have SROs, some of them that have been newly renovated that are quite adequate, and some that are just so old that it's, when their time comes in the near future, they're going to have to go and something else is going to be done. So we've been engaging with the City of Vancouver, CMHC, on what does that future look like for SROs. Certainly those that are in really, really bad shape. The housing strategy refers to that, but that will be over time. So I don't want to leave anyone the impression that by the next 3 years that SROs will be gone. They continue to play an important role. We continue to find ways to renovate the ones that can be renovated, just to improve the quality of life of the individuals that are living there. But there are some that are more problematic, and because of some of them being older, we sometimes have issues with elevators and other things that come with that. But we're working through all those sites to identify what can be fixed up, what can be renovated, and then of course identifying what the future plan will look like, and that will happen over time.
I'll just call it a 7.5-minute recess. Calling the Committee of Supply, Section B, back to order and recognizing the Minister.
Thank you so much. So the member had asked earlier about a site, and it's operated by Terra. It's 110 units. I can share with the member that over the last year, BC Housing has significantly increased security on the site. So it's already been there for a year. The BC Housing and the Terra in particular are working with a lot of the businesses around that are impacted from there. And in fact, they've seen, with the increased security and the engagement, they've seen a significant improvement in not only in the building, but the area around it.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer. How does government square a previous commitment to phasing out SROs with the current, what I'm hearing from the Minister now is that they are part of the current housing plan? That is a real turnaround from when the Premier had initially committed to getting rid of SROs?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't say it's a turnaround. The Premier has been pretty consistent. We've been pretty consistent. In fact, in the budget, we have $1.2 million over the coming 3 years to have a table with Canada, CMHC Canada, and Vancouver to start strategizing around SROs. I think it's important to note that there's 95 buildings that are private and 62 buildings that are non-market ownership. And so the work we'll be doing over the coming years is to identify the sites that need us to act first, and then building a plan over time to continue to address the challenges that we have at SROs.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister committed to a review of SRO contracts. Has that review been awarded? What's the timeline for that happening?
Minister.
I can share with the member that the, thank you, Chair. I can share with the member that the contract has been awarded for the work to be done, and we expect a report later this year.
Member.
Thank you. Through the Chair, is the Minister aware that his own government has already done a review on SRO renovations and found that they provided a net benefit?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly have heard from a lot of advocates around concerns, in particular around the P3 model SROs, and it's hard to know whether those are complaints are real or not, and so that's why the review is happening by an independent firm to give us a sense of if there's issues, if not, to address those concerns. The initial BC Housing study that was done by the Research Centre at the BC Housing, it just looked at components of SROs like heritage restoration, tenant relocation, practices like hazmat-related issues, and that was published in 2018. It was done by the BC Housing Research Centre. The current study is, of course, being done by an independent firm, and it focuses on maintenance standards and practices and operations of the P3 SRO models.
Member.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just clarification on the SRO contracts. Who has the contract been awarded to for the review?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Deloitte has been contracted.
Minister.
Deloitte has been contracted. A small company called Deloitte.
Member.
I may have heard of them before, so that's great. The minister a moment ago was talking about the report, which I believe was the November 2018 report on the rehabilitation of the P3s. I just want to clarify that that was the report, and that what I heard the minister say is that there was not disagreement, that's too strong a word, but maybe a lack of confidence that the information contained in that was correct, or I may have misunderstood that, Madam Chair. I'm just looking for confirmation.
Minister.
I'm not quite sure what the member is referring to. I'll just say that it was a case study done by the Research Centre at BC Housing, and this is being done by an independent firm. And it's looking at much broader issues than the first case study was looking at.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've heard this minister talk about P3s and talk about them in a way that would indicate that they're not successful, they haven't been successful, and not something that wants to be repeated by this government. But I will go back to that November 2018 report, and I'm just going to read a couple of quotes out of that report directly. Renovated buildings are easier and more functional to work in with more appropriate space for on-site supports. Many interviewees felt the SRO renovations would not have gone ahead if the P3 model had not been pursued. And the number of subsidized units increased because 2 of the buildings that temporarily housed residents while units were being renovated were later renovated and now operated by nonprofit societies as subsidized housing. Does the minister feel that these renovations and additional units would have happened without the P3 relationship?
Minister.
Thank you so much. The case study the member is referring to that was done by BC Housing Research Centre was much more narrow than what the independent review that is being done by Deloitte is being done. And so I think when that study comes out, it will give us information, and then we'll go from there.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify with the minister that these two, I did not believe that that these two contracts were looking at the same thing. The 2018 review was more of the rehabilitation of the existing buildings, and the current one that's being awarded to Deloitte, that's looking at the actual contracts with the private and the not-for-profit providers.
Minister.
Thank you. The case study that was done in 2018 by the Research Centre at BC Housing looked at heritage restoration, tenant relocation practices, and hazmat issues. And the current study, which is being completed by an independent firm, Deloitte, is focusing on maintenance standards and practices.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. How is the BC government ensuring that SROs are safe and healthy living environments for their residents?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Considerable investments go into continuing to make sure that the SRO spaces are maintained and are being repaired. 19.5 million just last year was invested. We've got 5.9 million in this fiscal plan to continue to renovate some of our existing SRO sites that are within the scope of BC Housing.
Recognizing the member from Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank my colleague, the critic for housing. I'm going to be filling in for a few moments here. I have some specific questions, but also some provincial general ones, and thank the Minister for his time and candidness as well as we move through these. Congratulations to him. I haven't officially set it on the record for his role, even though he's had it now for a little while. So one of the biggest issues that we're facing with right now as we transition into a different line of questioning is around the pressures on local governments, specifically around the pressures that we're seeing when it comes to market housing, the pressures and the needs around that and the timelines that it's taking. Now, when we look at right now, taxes and fees seem to be a huge issue. I think the Minister would be well aware of this when we look at some of the cost pressures and the affordability issues. What's this government doing since we know that they brought in increases of taxes and fees that are being passed on to home buyers? What's their plan over the next, this budget cycle, the next 12 months, to eliminate and reduce some of those taxes and fees to help lower the cost of making housing more affordable?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see the member across the way asking questions. I think this is going to be an enjoyable time for both of us. I appreciate that the opposition has got issues with the speculation and vacancy tax. Again, over 20,000 units have come back on to the market available to people to rent. So I appreciate that for the leader of the official opposition who said these are just good homeowners who just have multiple properties and they shouldn't be additionally taxed. If they have empty homes, additional homes, and they're sitting empty, they should either rent them or there's going to be a tax on them. That's what the speculation and vacancy tax is about. And so if the member's asking me whether I think that was a good thing or not, I would say 100% it was a good thing because it brought 20,000 units online. And we have part of the Homes for People plan, a flipping tax that we've said we're going to introduce. And that was nice to hear the Leader of the Opposition saying he supports that concept.
Member.
Thank you. I smirk because I see how the next half hour, or the rest of the day might go now with myself and this Minister. But that was not actually what my line of questioning was about. If he wants to try to deviate from that, that's, I guess, his freedom to do so as the Minister. But cost pressures are hitting young families or even anyone trying to get into the marketplace right now because of tax pressures. I wasn't specifically speaking of one. If the Minister wants to try to deflect, that's his choice. But is the Minister saying then that the cost pressures that people are feeling right now, I'll use Vancouver as an example, which happens to have the highest rents and the highest cost of building in North America, is the Minister saying that government-imposed fees or taxes play no role in that at all?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's nice to hear the member wasn't referring to the speculation tax. Perhaps he can talk about, he can share with me about what fee he's concerned about.
Member.
Well, if the Minister wants me to do his job for him, I guess, we could actually switch roles. Next election is going to be coming up pretty soon, and he'll have more than an opportunity to be on this side of the House and ask questions of me when I'm on over there, if that's what he chooses. Maybe the Minister could do that then for me. Can he explain all of the taxes that government has that actually are transferred either through to a developer or through a local government that can be then purposely transferred then to the housing market when somebody chooses to get into it? Now, it sounds like the Minister is going to try to say then there's no taxes in British Columbia. If he's asking me to tell him, is he unaware as the Minister that there are taxes imposed on people when they build a property in British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. He's had his chance over here. He's not going to get another chance over here. I'm sorry to say that to the member. We continue to find ways to support families, support the ability for more housing to be built in this province. It's easy for the members to say, make assertions, But essentially what I'm asking for the member is he talking about the speculation and vacancy tax? Because if he is, I can tell him that I think that has been helpful to get more housing back into the market. And so, again, the member can specify which specific piece he's referring to, and I'm happy to talk to him about it.
Member.
Very easy question to the minister. What is he doing to lower the property of homes in the market housing or in the rental housing stock? The minister doesn't seem to want to answer what taxes this government, or any government for that matter, there's about 20 of them. I'm not going to sit here and waste this House's time by reading about 20 taxes into the record, but maybe the minister can enlighten us what his goals and plans are to lower some of the cost pressures for market housing when it's going to be built here in the province of British Columbia, because we all know as housing development costs go up, as taxes go up, as fees go up, those get passed on to anybody who's trying to get into the housing market. I don't think I have to remind the minister again that we have probably the most expensive place to live in North America. We've talked about that for about the last 5-6 years, how it's only gotten worse in BC. What I'm asking the minister is, what is he doing to change that trajectory so British Columbia will no longer be the highest cost jurisdiction to build or to own a property in this country?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I assume from that answer, the member doesn't want to say a specific one because he wants to use general 20 taxes and just talk about high-level things without getting into details. But if he does want to raise a specific piece that he's concerned about, I'm happy to engage with him on it. Core to our Homes for People strategy is the need to get more housing that people can afford. That's core to the strategy. And that's why things like the small-scale multi-unit proposal is going to be vital, because we know that when we talk about affordability, when a single dwelling home gets torn down and another single family dwelling gets built, it's simply unaffordable for many British Columbians. And so what we're saying is we want to ensure that there's options available for the builder or developer so that the units can be, in many cases, more affordable for people. Let the market decide is essentially what we're saying. And so those are the type of measures that we're putting in place to ensure there's more affordable housing. There's a whole host of things in the strategy that are focused on this, and we know that time costs money. We know that the process has to be faster. We're taking steps to ensure that the speed of approvals within our provincial control are done faster. We've taken the step to create a one-stop shop so that all housing-related permits come to one place with a team dedicated to moving that process faster, not only with people, but also reform. We know part of the strategy, what we're focusing on, is around digital reform. That digital reform will be key to getting the approval process moving faster. We've heard from both not-for-profit and the private sector around the times that you have to wait for permit approvals, and that's expensive, waiting for that. There's a lot of things when it comes to affordability, as the member will know because he was a critic for this file, that the government can't control. We can't control the immigration numbers, so that's something that the federal government controls. We can't control interest rates, which have a very important role on when the house prices go up or down. And what we can do is we can use in forms of taxation to get more housing back on the market, which we've done. We brought the speculator and vacancy tax in, which brought 20,000 homes back into the market. Perhaps the member's talking about people who own homes that are more than $3 million having to pay an additional tax to help support many of the services in communities. Maybe he's talking about that. And again, maybe he's talking about the flipping tax, which I think the Leader of the Opposition has said that he supports. So, the member can talk about specifics, but part of our housing strategy has a whole host of initiatives to create more opportunities in the market for housing to be built, units that are more affordable to people. We know that time and speed is important to ensure that projects can be delivered in a more affordable way. We are past the Housing Supply Act, which will allow us to work with 8 to 10 communities to not do spot zoning, but do upzoning in large areas, which we know will lead to housing being built in a quicker way, in a more affordable way, and certainly hoping more around transit. So there's a whole host of measures we're doing to ensure that there's more affordable housing available to people in British Columbia.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I find it interesting just with, like rhetorical, I guess, comments that'll come, but I think when we look at the fact, nobody wants to argue that we have the highest cost jurisdiction in North America. The minister's not going to stand up and say that's not true, because all the reports show that it is. We know the pressures that people are faced with right now in the province of British Columbia. Most of the taxes that the minister, again, trying to deflect away from the issue, I'm talking about market housing, new build, new development. So maybe I'll ask him this then, since he wants to keep going back to that. How many new homes have been built in the last 12 months in the lower mainland only because of the speculation vacancy tax?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Here's a headline of a report that says, the top most 5 expensive rental markets. Number 1, Vancouver. Number 2, Toronto. Number 3, Victoria. Number 4, Montreal. Number 5, Calgary, Alberta. Canada Rent Report 2016. Members hopefully not suggesting that rents have been high in Vancouver under just the NDP. Certainly, they were high under the opposition as well. So we have a desirable place to live. People are coming here. We have a constrained amount of supply being built, often because it's hard for local governments to make decisions to approve additional density because of challenges in the community. There's a whole host of reasons. And so I know the member knows that there's a whole host of things that at the provincial level we can't control, such as interest rates, such as the amount of people that choose to migrate to British Columbia, which adds more pressure. What we can do is use things like the speculation and vacancy tax to free up more units, to make more units available to people. I've had the chance to meet with people who now, for example, this 5 folks in the Premier's riding, who are 5 students who are living in a mansion that was empty before. And so we know this is having an impact. We know this is helping people to get into the housing market. We need to increase the supply. We've taken measures to address demand. We're going to continue to do that. We're taking measures to address supply. It's very important. But that's how you get at it. And that's why when we released our strategy, many economists that are in this space applauded it, because they understood that we found a balance of moving forward to ensure that we get not only housing on, but the right type of housing.
Member.
So what does this government think is the right type of housing? Because we see that they want to try to impose their views on local governments. So is that what we see going forward, that this government will be deciding for communities what the right type of housing is? Is that their objective?
Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. I think it's important for us to build housing to meet the rate of growth of our population. So what we're trying to do is to show decisive action on ensuring that the types of homes that people need can be built in British Columbia. We're trying to do it in a way where communities don't feel like it's just them that are taking on growth, that we're in this collectively. And you know, in many cases, it's working directly with local governments to make it happen. Now, I know that the member will, and you know, the member is different than the leader of the opposition. I know the member came from local government, but to suggest that somehow we're running over local governments, we're working with local governments to ensure that we can get the housing we need for the population. But the member should know that the leader of the opposition, when he was actually running for leadership, on the leadership stage, he said, I think almost a decade in private sector with a front row seat, seeing how incompetently local governments handle things like, for example, housing supply is going to be awful helpful for us as we go forward. So to suggest that in any way that the leader of the opposition and the opposition is going to be friendlier to local government when they have a leader that says these things is false. So what we're going to do is continue to do the work we're doing, work with local government to build the housing supply we need. We're going to ensure that there's more type of options of housing being built that is more affordable to young people. That's why overwhelmingly I hear from young people about the small-scale multi-unit initiative we're bringing forward and why they're happy with it. Again, I know the member knows this, and my quarrel is not with the member across the way, but this is the frank reality of what we're dealing with here.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. You know, for my time here, I'd actually appreciate some actually honest and frank answers to come from the minister rather than him trying to deflect away and make this all political. I'm actually trying to get to the point where what are we doing to solve a crisis? What are we doing to solve a problem here in the province of British Columbia? The minister wants to waste time trying to deflect and try to blame everybody else. That's not the objective I'm trying to get here. I want to figure out what we're doing to solve a problem. We talked about my question around local government. So again, to the minister, what is the plan then for the ministry? Because they've come out, the minister and the premier, have come out with announcements around upzoning. It's my understanding, talking as a former mayor and talking to many mayors and other local governments around the province, that this came as pretty much a big shock to them because they were not consulted. So was local government consulted before the government did this upzoning announcement? And if not, when are they planning on doing it?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. You know, I've been in estimates for 9 hours, and it's been a very thoughtful exchange. And maybe this member is bringing a different side out of both of us. But the member wants to know about local governments. And I can share with him that we've been in conversation with local governments for a long time about how do we get more housing built. Certainly, I think it would be fair that many in the public have expressed frustration at the pace, at the speed of housing being approved in communities, and sometimes the uncertainty around the process. And so what we've been talking to local governments on is that when there's spot zoning happening, when one individual property gets upzoned to allow, let's say, up to 4 homes on the site, yeah, it's true, there's a lift in value in that site. But what we're trying to do is do it over a large area because we believe we can get more supply online, and at the same time, we can do it so that it's not, the prices are not going up in a specific area. And all over the province, everyone has a responsibility to be part of it. And so, you know, we've been working with local governments quite a bit. Last year, we had $20 million partnering with local governments through UBCM to ensure that they can do the policy work to be able to approve housing faster and create more certainty. We've got $50 million in the budget here to support local governments to do the policy work that's related to this. Right now, we have signaled our intention of where we're going, and we're engaging with local governments. Just finished meeting with UBCM a couple hours ago, talking about this very issue. We appreciate that some smaller communities will have different needs and challenges, and some larger communities will have different ones. So we're having those conversations. I think that what I do hear is, not from this member, but in the debates that I've been having, is 2 things. One, I hear, well, why is the legislation not here? And then I also hear, why is the legislation taking so long? And so our intention was to say, here's where we're going, so everyone understands, and come to us, work with us, on how we can make it happen. There is a million reasons to say no for housing, and we hear them all the time. And what we're trying to say is, how do we get to a yes? How do we get to a point where we can go to local governments and say, this is the type of housing we want to build, and how can we make that happen? And so that's the conversation we're having. And you know, the member may hear from some communities who say, this is the end of the world. I certainly haven't heard that. I've been hearing from local governments saying, well, how can we make this work? And then I've also heard from local governments saying, this is fantastic. This is the type of thing we need to do. And so we're going to continue to work with them. If the member has suggestions and ideas, I'm always, my ears are always open to hear his thoughts as someone who's been in local government.
Member.
Well, I can help the minister out right away. How come the legislation's not here? How come it's taking so long? Now I'm like everybody else. But in all seriousness, I mean, nobody's arguing the fact that we have a housing crisis, a housing shortage, that local governments play a major role in trying to bridge that and solve this issue. But the minister used terminology like he's working collectively with local governments. The announcement aside that the minister said, going forward, working collectively with local governments, there can be huge pressures, financial implications to local governments if there is upzoning imposed on them that they're not ready for in order to deal with. So if the minister and his government are working collectively with local governments if this pressure is going to happen, what are they doing to help alleviate some of the financial pressures on local governments?
Minister.
Thanks to the member on the question. $57 million partnering with UBC so that it helps alleviate some of the pressures around policy work that local governments need to do. We've been doing this work, such as supporting them financially so they can do policy work to shorten their permit times, to create more certainty for proponents when they bring projects forward, to reform, to create digital reforms in their system so they can better serve the public as well as proponents who want to bring housing projects forward, dollars to help them with policy-related work to find ways to streamline their processes so that we can get more housing online. $1 billion that we've distributed to communities to invest in their infrastructure. And we know there's going to be more needs to be done. We're building schools, we're building hospitals, we're making major investments in communities, but people are here and they don't have housing. And so the challenge for us is how do we get more housing online faster to meet that demand? Because the truth is that BC is a desirable place to be. We have one of the strongest economies in the country, and we've had that for multiple years. We have historic level investments coming to this province all the time. With that economic opportunity will be people coming. And the truth is, and I know the member will agree with me, we welcome people to British Columbia. We want people to come to British Columbia, but we want to make sure that they're successful when they get here. And we want to make sure that people that live here already have the housing and supports that they need. And so there's a whole host of things we're doing to support local governments. You know, Metro Vancouver, we help cover the costs of the 911 emergency costs, which was going to be a big burden on them. We helped alleviate pressures on TransLink with costs that they were looking to press. So we are making direct investments to help alleviate pressures local governments are facing throughout the province, and we'll continue to do that. But I think to the core, what I think the member and I can agree on is we want to find opportunities for young families to continue to stay here, grow here, raise their kids in the same neighborhoods that they grew up in. That is at the core of what we're trying to do. And what we need to do is to be able to have more housing units come online. And so the small-scale multi-unit is an example, and we're not the only jurisdiction in the world that's done this. We know New Zealand was a leader. New Zealand saw a significant increase in housing come online. They've seen, while every other jurisdiction is seeing rents go up, home prices go up, they've actually seen a flattening. We know that California is going in this direction. We know Oregon's going in this direction. We know Washington's heading this direction. Arlington, even Ontario moved in this direction. So we are doing all these pieces, and that's all part of the housing strategy. But we're also supporting with infrastructure needs and other needs that make sure that communities continue to be livable and vibrant. And you know, success for us on this side of the house is when communities have kids again. Because too many communities have become so expensive and out of reach for young families, there's no kids anymore. And that's a real challenge. That's a challenge for our society. And I think that's a sign of success is when we start having kids in communities that have become more and more places for people who have a great deal of wealth and not available to people who don't.
Member.
Thank you. I mean, a lot of what the minister is obviously saying I agree with. We want to have British Columbia a place, a choice for people to move in. It is a by far the most beautiful province. Nobody's going to argue that here in this House. But we also have to ensure that as those people come, and as the minister rightfully acknowledged, we need to have the housing for them. And we don't right now. And we want to welcome more. As a father of 5 children, I want to also see those opportunities, if my children so choose, to be able to get into the housing that they desire, hopefully close to me if I have the grandkids, but not necessarily, because they'll make those choices. But the cost pressures are real. So maybe I'll ask the minister this way as well, because he did talk about the money that government's putting forward, let's say, for policy. Policy is only a small piece of what's needed, because you can have all the best policy in the world, but if you don't have the right economic opportunities for people to want to build, or the certainty to be able to build, especially for cost recovery in an affordable way, that's what we're faced with right now. As somebody who knows a little bit about this, if it costs a lot to build something, you want to pass those on to at least recoup your costs. That is making housing right now very unaffordable in the province of British Columbia for a lot of different reasons. Now, when we talk about the upzoning, back to that the minister and I are somewhat talking about, is the minister, okay, maybe I'll put it this way. The confusion I'm hearing from many, when the government came out and talked about the upzoning, it made it sound like it was blanket to every municipality, in every corner, on every lot. Is the minister saying that maybe that was misinterpreted, or not the actual direction that they're going for? Obviously, I'm going to agree with him that we need more housing. We need more diversification around that housing in different areas of the province. Is the minister willing to tell this House that they're going to be reconsidering that as they go forward, that it might not work as a blanket in every community, in every place, and that's why we have to do further consultation to decide?
Minister.
Thank you. There's a few things the member raised. I think I should clarify that we're not only providing them financial supports for policy work, we're also providing supports for complete digital reform. I mean, we have local governments that are making decisions on paper. Imagine that, 30, 40 teams at a local community, all of them receiving paper copies of a project, all of them making decisions individually, and many of them having veto power. It's just not a way that we're going to continue to be able to roll if we want to see more housing come online. So we're actually helping them with not just, when I say digital reform, I don't mean going from paperless to PDF. I'm talking, getting to a point where if a project is designed digitally with 3D modeling, then it's being submitted that way so that we can get to a point where we can get automated checks done on the projects, so that we can have less people reviewing the files, because that'll alleviate some pressure, but it's going to move the time frame up. I'm talking about automating the building code, so that proponents can check automatically within seconds if their project fits within the building code. So that type of reform is about changing the way they operate, not just the policy, but changing how decisions are made, how the system is making decisions. Because what we'll find is when we get to jurisdictions like Singapore and Finland, where they're at 4 or 5 months to approve high-rises, I mean, we're at sometimes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And so through, I think, digital reform, we can make that time much faster. And so we're supporting them in that as well. A second point the member made, I think, is an important one and a good question around local government finance. Now, I agree with the member that, when communities pay DCCs, it goes to important things in the community. I get it. But, the challenge that we have to address, and something that's part of our strategy to address, is we need more cost certainty in the process. We can't have negotiations after a proponent has gone through all the steps on additional parking, on additional CACs. Like, that is hurting projects. We're getting hurt by, we have projects. Imagine building affordable housing projects in communities where we have approval from council and then we're told that we have to pay more DCCs and add more parking. I mean, if we're facing that with affordable housing, I can guarantee you there's a billion horror stories from the private sector. So we have to build more certainty up front about cost of projects. And then with our digital forms, the goal is to build more certainty on the time. Now, there's a lot of things we can't control, such as interest rates and all those things that have impacts on how housing can be built, how fast and how affordable. But this is what we're fundamentally talking about here. Now, the small-scale multi-unit, we have said from the beginning that it's going to be up to 4 units on larger lots and 3 on smaller. What we're doing right now, working with local government, is saying, this is the intention. How do we make this work? How do we make this work? Not, do you want to make it work or do you not? You know, do you think this is a good idea or not? We're saying we need housing. We need everyone to participate. How can we make it work? Yes, there'll be issues of sometimes the soil quality won't be great and we can't build housing on that. Yes, there'll be, you know, some unique issues like, you know, septic tank can't handle multiple houses. Of course, that's what we're listening to local governments on is what kind of pieces are the challenge that we need to address as we move forward. But we're asking communities to be genuine with us to say, we want to get this built. How do we get this built? Because we've seen from examples in California, where California went in the direction and then local government said, many of them who understood were like, okay, let's do this. But some of them used many things like heights and setbacks and parking as barriers to get housing developed. And what we're saying is, let's do it in a way that continues to keep communities vibrant, that we can have young families and kids come back to them again. Let's do it in a way that, you know, has the amenities there, but let's do it. That's what we're saying. Let's do it. Let's get this housing built. Let's make it easier. Instead of somebody having to apply and go through a lengthy process to rezone from a single dwelling to multiple units, let's just say that you can do that and then leave it to the market to decide what the product will look like on the site. That's what we're saying here.
Member.
What the minister's saying then is leave it to the market, which I'm a market person, I kind of get that. But also in that answer, what I heard to my question, upzoning everywhere, the minister said basically yes. It sounds like that this is not going to be a partnership with local government. The minister basically said that we're not asking local governments if they agree or disagree. We're telling local governments we're going to do this. And let's talk about the pressures, I guess, and where this government is going to fit in. Did I hear the minister correctly? Because I'm going to look at a place like Dawson Creek that I know well as the former mayor. Is the minister now telling me that I'm going back and telling mayor and council in Dawson Creek, doesn't matter whether they agree or disagree, that this government is going to be putting those unilateral changes and pressures on local governments, whether it's something they support or not?
Minister.
Thank you so much. The member can go to mayor and council and tell them that we need everybody part of the housing solution, that we need to find ways creatively to get more housing on the market, that everyone will play a role in ensuring we have the housing for people as we go forward. That's a message I've been sharing with mayors. I shared that with UBCM today. I've also shared with them that collectively we're moving too slow. This crisis is only going to get bigger if we don't move quicker, and we need to remove barriers along the way. And this example is one of those. Giving the opportunity for people to build up to 3 or 4 units on a single-family lot is going to help housing get built faster as well, because now they don't have to sit through a long zoning process in order to get that. They'll be able to do it as of right. Now, there'll be unique challenges. Happy to hear from local governments on what those are. We're going to work our best to make sure we address all those challenges before legislation comes. That's why we signaled our intent of where we're going. But if the member is asking me what my message to local governments is, my message is this: we've got to get to yes. We've got to get to building housing. We got to get it built faster, because we are behind. We are decades of investment in housing behind. And we can talk about that all day long, but it won't help us today. We need to get to work, and so that's the message he can share with the mayor, and I'm happy to call the mayor myself.
Member.
Thank you. My question to the minister is this going to be a cookie-cutter approach? There is no argument from me or anybody on this side of the House that we need more housing. What I'm trying to ascertain and understand is the role that this government is trying to put themselves in to supersede and control local government. Again, as somebody who understands local government, I used to be on the UBCM executive. as well. So I understand the role that local government plays, the work that they do, how they're duly elected to make decisions in their communities. I also understand that there are some good stories out there of local governments that are helping alleviate the pressures where they can, and there's some that are maybe not as successful and need a bit of a push or the supports that are needed. No argument from me on that. What I'm asking the minister to acknowledge is this policy that he's talking about, that they've already announced about upzoning for 4 or 3 for smaller lots, if a community, a small rural community in northern BC, turns around and says this does not match up with what we feel is how we want to see our community grow, is this meaning that this government is now telling them, it sounds like the minister's saying, yes, we all want to be on the partners, yes, we all want to be working together, yes, we have to solve the problem. What the minister's saying, though, is it's working together and solving the problem by this government's decisions only. Am I understanding the minister correctly, or will a community be able to come back and say, that does not work for our official community plan, we don't agree with this government, and we're not going to allow that to happen in our community?
Minister.
Thank you so much. I'll say that for some small rural communities, there'll be unique challenges that we'll have conversations with them on. I can appreciate that some small rural communities will have different challenges than communities anywhere near a major center. And so that's what we're engaging with those communities on. But my message, the Premier's message has been pretty clear that we can't delay anymore. Like we're just at a point where we can't delay anymore. We need to create more certainty in the process. We need to create, we need faster decision making. We need more housing units coming online. And so if the member is picking up urgency from me, then it would be correct. If the member is suggesting that this is too big of an action for the challenge we're facing, then that's his opinion. But I would say that people, overwhelmingly young people, whenever I talk to them, they are feeling this urgency. They're feeling this fear of like, will I ever be able to buy a home in my community? And I hear from some communities who say, you know what, it's a working class neighborhood, and it's been like this for 40 years, and we don't want it to change. Well, a lot of these communities over time have changed, and people are not seeing that change. The structures may not be changing, but who can afford to live in that community is changing. And we need to make sure that we can continue to have opportunities for young people. I hope through this policy change that the member is able to build units to have his kids nearby or family members nearby. I hope that's a success. We have a woman in my community, Kathleen Higgins, who got her property rezoned. She now tore her house down, built 4 units, and all her kids are living there in our property with her. And we celebrate that like that's the biggest success. And my question is, why can it be a success for her and not for others? Why do we have to celebrate her victory as a one-off? Why can't that be considered for others as well? And so my friend across the way, I'll just say, we're trying to build options for people so they don't have to buy an expensive single-family home. But if they choose to, they can still build it.
Member.
Thank you. The example the minister just presented in this House, interestingly, was able to happen absent of this government. That was because of a relationship in zoning with local government, I assume, because their policies are not in place yet. Which kind of goes to my point that what does this minister say, and I'm taking this broadly for, if the minister will indulge me, from a rural perspective right now. I understand the pressures intimately as well in the Lower Mainland. But when I look at rural British Columbia, it's different. It's unique. Are there pressures? Yes, and I think the minister would agree with me that on a different scale. In a small community, if they build 30 houses, that's an amazing success that year to alleviate some of the pressures. But here's my concern that I'm hearing from a lot of smaller communities who have spent a lot of time and a lot of money working with their community to put together an official community plan. Now, those official community plans that local governments put together again, speaking, if the minister will follow me here on rural British Columbia, I'm not, I don't want him to go back to some of the pressures that urban's facing. But I'll look at, a local government, again, I'll use Dawson Creek as an example, only as it's a lot of my knowledge base there specifically, who may spend, $500,000 redoing an OCP. Countless and countless hours of meeting with community members, developers, architects, engineers to determine where's the best location to build a subdivision. Where's the best place to have densification? Where's the best place to allow for parks and for schools and for growth the way that community has chosen to grow? This here, maybe the minister can say is going to work great to help in some of these real pressured areas in the Lower Mainland, but won't necessarily match up for what the desires, needs are in smaller communities. So my only question was, will they have a chance to opt out? Will they have a chance to say, thank you, Minister, thank you, NDP government, we acknowledge that we need more housing, we don't agree with the way that you're imposing this on our zoning that we spent countless years and dollars to put an OCP together to design our community the way we want. And again, I'm acknowledging smaller rural communities that have different pressures on their growth than urban. So again, to the minister, nobody's arguing that we have to work on this all hands on deck because there's a huge pressure and it's only getting worse. I'm asking, what is that relationship going to look like for smaller local governments that I'm hearing from that don't necessarily agree with the direction that this minister and government want to go on?
Minister.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the member across the way. I'll read again from the housing strategy. This fall, we introduced legislation that will apply to many areas of the province. And so if he's talking about small rural communities, I've said it multiple times, I appreciate some small rural communities have particular challenges, and that's why we're engaging with communities on what they might be and what may preclude them from participating in that. So if he's wondering if there's space for some small rural communities, I'm saying yes, there is some space in the policy we bring forward. But the member said, that success of 4 units was because of the local relationship. That was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. No other unit's been built like that. We still see it. It wasn't even under. I wish I could say. I wish we could celebrate that as a success of the previous government, my friend. But it was a local government. It was a local government decision. In fact, one of my friends in this chamber may have been on council at that time. But the question fundamentally is, why just that one person? Why that one family? Why were they lucky? Why do we have to celebrate them as a success? And why is it that many others tried and just couldn't get through the process? That is fundamentally what we're talking about. And it's great to hear from the member, from his experience, where OCPs were done and developed and up to date. That's not the case in many communities. And so it's great to hear that's the case in the member's community. And he'll know we brought in legislation last year to allow communities that have already done their OCP to not have additional decisions go to council. And we know that will speed up housing when it doesn't need to go to council because the community's already done their OCP and the community's already been engaged on what it will look like, and so projects can move faster. I know my mayor and council have moved in that direction. I think it's a great move. I've had some people come to me and say, why are they doing that? And I say they're doing it because it's a right thing to do. If you do the work up front, you get the community understanding the plan, then it should move the process faster. But there's far too many communities where OCPs haven't been updated. Maybe small portions of the community have, but not in a large way. And so, but it's great to hear that that's the case in the member's writing. But fundamentally, I'll go back to the original point, and hopefully it answers the member's question, which is, we understand the unique challenges for some small rural communities. We'll be engaging with them on what they think they can do and what the possibilities are, and we'll consider obviously that work in the legislation that will come this fall.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm only bringing these forward because I think the minister has heard this from me and from others too, is one of the biggest issues that we here collectively with such a large, diverse province is the cookie cutter approach that an announcement or a piece of legislation or a policy or regulation from Victoria comes out with a blanket that says this is what's going to happen in British Columbia. The intention might have merit, but the outcomes don't necessarily always meet that because of the diversity that we have in the province. And the reason why I'm flagging this is because I want the minister to be attuned to the fact that there are different pressures in different parts of the province. There are communities, and while I've got the soapbox, and thank the staff in the communities in my region, because I know when I was on mayor, we had a policy that because we were updating our OCPs and our zoning, that if a developer or a proponent came in with a plan that met the municipality's zoning requirements, that it was a 30-day turnaround. Because there wasn't a lot of consultation required, there wasn't a lot of decisions required, it already met the zoning, it already met the official community plan of what we wanted, 30-day turnaround. I think if we're going to be doing anything, the support needs to go to local governments to get more of those OCPs up to date, the partnerships with the communities, so the local residents can decide and see how they want their community to grow, I understand the pressure this government's under, because they're having a hard time getting this built to the pace that we need, so I understand that. But I want the minister to also be, and I'm not saying this condescendingly, I'm pretty sure he does understand that you cannot impose necessarily a upzone in a brand new subdivision. And the reason why I say that is I'll look at one right by my house, brand new subdivision, built with about 300 homes in it over the last, well, they haven't built anything in about 6 years, but before that they built, and that wasn't a political dig, that's just a reality, but it was about 300 homes that were built. As a former person who also worked for many, many years managing and running a utility company, I also realized that infrastructure, underground utilities, water and sewer, gas, power, telephone, Shaw, all sized based on the development and the proponent that brings something in. So in the example that I'm giving to the minister, these are why I'm hearing pressures from some of these communities that they say, okay, we built and sized everything for these 300 homes. If all of a sudden they could have 1,200 homes there, there's no parking, there's going to be brownouts because there's not enough power, it was never sized for that. There's not enough gas to heat the homes. Good luck on having your internet, because if it didn't have fiber optics in there, you're probably going to have slow internet as well. So anyway, I'm only flagging that because I want the minister to be aware that they cannot just put this blanket upzoning requirement without understanding the implications that that would have on local governments. So in the example I just gave, if the government came out and said, yes, you can go for zoning, and people decide to put carriage homes or build, they're not going to, and I think the minister and I are both not naive enough to understand that they're not going to tear down a brand new house and put a fourplex, but they might look at other opportunities on that property. That's going to put pressure and strain on the infrastructure. How does that local government deal with that when they've already collected DCCs up front for the known pressures, and now developers have left, we have single family homes, could be huge pressures now on the infrastructure. What is the local government going to do about that, and where does this government play a role then in assisting or helping alleviate some of those financial pressures to be able to up all of the utilities that they'll be required to have?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that homes that were built 6 years ago aren't going to get torn down. I think we both could agree on that. That's a good thing. I think that, again, when we're talking about some small rural communities, I appreciate the members' comments that there'll be some unique challenges. I'm not disagreeing. I think I've said it a couple of times already. We acknowledge that there will be some rural communities that will have unique challenges, which is why we're having conversations with them about what it is that is possible. But again, I'll say this again. We want to start the conversations with How do we get to yes? How do we get to the possible? How do we get to the we can make this happen, as opposed to we don't want people in our neighborhood? Because we do hear that a lot. And the member's not hearing in his community, that's fantastic. But I can tell you, we hear it a lot in every other community. And so where there's unique challenges, of course, that is something we're going to try to reflect in the legislation we bring forward, especially around small rural communities. But the notion that we don't want those people here, whether those people are young people, whether those people are renters, whether those people are, I don't know, whoever, that's just not acceptable in this day and age, given the crisis we're in. So we need people that come to the table for those solutions, and so I agree with the member that there will be some challenges in small rural communities, and that's why we'll be engaging with communities. And if the member has unique insights from some of the communities he represents, more than welcome to sit down with them and talk about it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the response from the minister. But here's another challenge that's faced in rural British Columbia, and I'm interested on the minister's thoughts on this. Because it's not just in the incorporated areas where we have the pressure. It's in our rural areas as well, outside incorporated municipalities. Here's one that I find very interesting. I'm curious on the minister's thoughts on this and what he's doing to advocate for change. Because in an area like mine, I've got more ALR in the South Peace than any other riding in the province. I've got more farmland for the size of my riding than probably any other riding in this province. Maybe the member from Peace River North, who I should acknowledge, has some of the same pressures. But my question, I guess, to the minister, is this only going to affect incorporated areas, or is it going to affect farmland as well? And I think, I'm not going to try to be coy with this, the minister knows where I'm going with this thought process, is I've got farmers in my area and up in the Peace region who own 1,000 acres. Some I know that have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 acres. What are they going to be allowed? Because this isn't just a 66 by 150 lot that this government's saying you can build a fourplex on. This is 1,000 acres with one house. Are they now going to be able to start building multiple homes on their farmland? Is this new announcement of upzoning going to also include ALR land and opportunities for our farmers? Because as the minister knows, and he'd even see it in his area, the more you can build on the farm to keep the people on the farm and the next generation, the more beneficial it is. It'll actually alleviate some of the pressures in our municipalities if people can start building homes on the farm that they have to keep the next generation on the farm, and so the retiring people don't have to move out of their house to allow the next generation to move in. So again, a bit of a long-winded way to ask the minister, is this announcement also going to affect ALR land and people who are hoping to build more homes on their property to keep family on the farm?
Minister.
Thanks. Thank you to the member. This applies to single-family lots. It's not ALR zoning. It is my belief, it is our belief that ALR land is for food, and so I think it's a simple answer for the member. This is focused on the single-family lots zonings.
Member.
I was just going to say, so we'll have a 1,000-acre chunk of land with one house on it. All I'm trying to say is if we're really trying to fix this problem, that we all acknowledge that we have a housing crisis in BC, has the minister spoken with the Minister of Agriculture to say, here's a great idea, why don't we allow farmers to have more properties so they can keep the families close to the farm? Is the minister saying this is only for municipalities? Because I think there's a win-win here if we can solve this.
Minister.
If the member thinks this is a win-win, they can propose it in the next election and we'll have that discussion then.
Member.
That's an interesting answer. So is the minister saying that he doesn't feel that farmers should be allowed to have multiple residents and keep the family on the farm? Is that what he's saying? Are we going to turn this into a political debate at the next election? I thought we were trying to solve a problem of a housing crisis here in the province of British Columbia. One of the ways we can solve it is for allowing more densification properly done on large agricultural land. I'm not using an example of a large home on a small 10-acre farm. I'm using an example of a small home on a 1,000-acre farm that could build one or two more, maybe even put in a modular home, something like that. So all I'm asking the minister, I mean, if he wants to make this a debate at the next election, that's unfortunate. We've already lost 6 years of trying to build housing for people. If he wants to waste another year and a half, that's fine. But what I'm trying to say is I think we have an opportunity in front of us. Is the minister actually considering talking to the Minister of Agriculture, since he is the housing minister? To me, housing is not exclusive for municipality. Housing is housing, and there's an opportunity here we should be looking at. Can you look at that?
Minister.
I can share with the member the Homes for People strategy, and currently that is not part of it.
Member.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, we will have to canvass that one at a later date because I do find it really, and we do have lots of time, and I can go for days on this if the minister chooses. He knows that I'm never shy or short of words on an issue, on any issue for that matter, unfortunately. But I just wanted to flag that because it is unfortunate, the answers we've just heard from the minister, when it sounds like, you know, he says, here, you know, we're open to ideas. He actually just said to me a few moments ago, if the member has any ideas that'll help, bring them forward. Well, I just did. There's an answer. Here's an answer to the solution, to the problem that we have in front of us. Huge opportunities for rural British Columbia, and which would help alleviate the pressures. So I'm not going to ask another question on that because I think we've heard from the minister that he doesn't want to answer that one or talk about it. He'd rather make it a political debate in a year and a half from now or sooner. You never know when that may or may not come. Well, I do appreciate that the minister is now speaking for the premier. He has that right. Okay, so I'm actually going to sit for a moment, if you don't mind, after that monologue where I was going with a good question, but I do have a member that wants to ask one.
Recognizing the member for Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be short and sweet, but I thought I'd jump up since this is something I've pushed for many years about more residences on farms for the next generation to be able to stay on the farm rather than commute 28 kilometers in Smithers to an apartment when they have to get to their parents' dairy farm in Smithers. So my question is simply this. My colleague is suggesting a 1,000-acre farm in the Peace Country, but right in the Fraser Valley, in Delta alone, there are parcels in the ALR that are half an acre, they're an acre, they're maybe 2 acres in size. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, what is the difference between an 11,000 square foot lot in Shaughnessy versus a single family home on a 1 acre lot in Delta? Why wouldn't the 1 acre lot in Delta have the same rights to rezoning or upzoning with a fourplex by tearing down an older farmhouse on that 1 acre versus a big 11,000 foot lot in downtown Vancouver?
Minister.
I appreciate the question from the member. And I know the member was, I was going to say, the member looks like it's a comfortable seat over there that he's in, but it's okay. What I will say is that I know the member was on council for a long time. And so maybe I'll flip the question back to him and say, how many large homes did they approve when he was on council for farmers that were looking to have multi-generational families on it? And I say this not as a disparaging thing, but I've had many people that have owned farms in Delta come to me frustrated because Delta would not allow them to build more homes. I can actually share with the member offline some of those builders, some of those farmers that have had concerns. And so what we're talking about here is not ALR land. I appreciate the member's advocacy for this, but I can share with him that there's been considerable concern being raised by farmers, in particular in Delta, about the need and desire to build larger homes for multi-generation, and people felt that that they weren't heard. And the question isn't, was the decision right or wrong? The decision was made by the council at the time to they consider all the things in front of them, but fundamentally, I believe the decision was made because there's an understanding, a deep understanding that that yes, we can have multi-families live on home, multi-generational families live on the home. I have cousins who have 3 families living at one house in one house on a farm in Richmond, and so that's okay. But what we're talking about here with the housing strategy is not ALR land. Certainly, if the member wants to advocate around ALR land and homes being built on ALR land, you know, of course, it's in his purview. He can do so, but that would be with the Ministry for Agriculture.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies from this side of the House for the question being asked not from the seat. We know the rules, and that was a slip on our part. You know, it's important to acknowledge when a mistake was made. I'm looking forward to the minister for all his mistakes, acknowledging them someday. Well, I'm not even going to touch that one from the minister, but I think one last question just on this train of thought. Not so much from the agriculture, just on the whole talk then of the cost pressures on municipalities. I talked about OCPs, I talked about a little bit of the DCCs as well. And so what I'm curious about to the minister, is there any plan as they're looking at imposing some of this upzoning, is there any plan from this government through that on reforming the development cost charges or community amenity contributions that are required to maybe help eliminate or minimize, I should say, some of the cost pressures that are then downloaded onto home buyers or renters?
Minister.
Thank you so much. Thanks again to the member. We are consulting with local governments right now on how we can build more certainty. We appreciate that local governments need access to the resources to be able to build community amenities and build infrastructure. But we also know that there's a need for more certainty around formulas on how we charge these things and more certainty around it on the front end so that when a proponent comes through the door, they know up front what that cost will be, and then they can proceed knowing the costs. We think that certainty will help more projects come through the back end in a good way.
Member.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the minister. I just want to go in a different tangent now for a moment. And this is, some of it's specific to my region, but I think we could talk about it in generalities as well for a lot of areas. And this is back to some of the conversation a little earlier, but the minister is well aware of some of the pressures that I'm faced with in a community like mine, like Tumbler Ridge, Dawson Creek, Chetwynd, places where we have a shortage of affordable housing. And by that I mean government affordable housing, so through BC housing units. The minister is aware that the community of Tumbler Ridge is having a lot of pressure right now. I know I've brought it up here in question period. I'm not going to go to that angle, but I'm just curious if the minister can help me out on what the plan will be for the community of Tumbler Ridge specifically, if his staff can help him with that information, because we are hearing that BC Housing wants to, due to cost pressures that I'm hearing, tear down or eliminate or stop using some of the BC Housing units, which is of obviously huge concern to a small community like Tumbler Ridge.
Minister.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. So there's a site, Chamberlain Place. It's actually empty right now. There's actually nobody living in the building. For a long time, there was, a desire to move people in there, but it's just not in good condition. And so BC Housing is assessing what can happen on that site, given that it's now empty. We have a Hartford site there as well, which has some vacancies, but it continues to operate. And so if the member at a later point wants to come to me about more specific of which building besides those two, but I know that I'll be meeting with the mayor soon, and so perhaps I can give an update after that.
Member.
No, thank you. And I should acknowledge on the record too and thank the minister for willing to meet with mayor and council. And I think it's an important thing to do because we get caught up sometimes with too many rumors of what may or may not be happening or misunderstanding through different agencies of what the intentions are. And so, of course, from a local government perspective and a community perspective, in absence of all the information, or at least information that they have readily available, brings grave concern. So the minister can appreciate, I'm hearing not only from local government, but I've got quite a few young single mothers or dads in some cases too, who are looking in trying times for affordable housing units. Typically, in our small communities, the majority of the smaller affordable housing units tend to be BC Housing. They tend to be your small apartments or small fourplexes. And so it's a concern if we have vacancy when we know there's a need. So I don't want to preempt, I guess, the meeting that the minister is going to have with mayor and council from Tumbler Ridge that I know are coming, and thank him again for that. But from a general standpoint, when we look at the communities in rural British Columbia, there are a lot, and I know this from being the former housing critic, there's a lot of BC housing units in our smaller communities that are vacant. When I looked into it and talked to people, a lot of them tend to require a fair bit, for different reasons, a fair bit of maintenance, a fair bit of cleaning, upgrading, supports to make them properly inhabitable for a young family or a single individual who's looking for BC housing supports. So can the minister explain how does that process work when it comes to the maintenance aspect when it comes to BC housing? Because we talk about the capital a lot of building more infrastructure, but how would it work in these communities? So Tumbler Ridge, Dawson Creek, Chetwynd, again, I'm going to speak specifically to mine, but it's other areas as well. If a place is vacant, and yes, it costs sometimes a lot of money and those costs are only going up, is the plan to renovate these to get them back in the market, or is the government hold on them and let them sit vacant to look at what the other opportunities are for that property?
Minister.
Thank you so much. The Hartford site in Tumbler Ridge is for seniors, and they have vacancies. And I know we'll have a further conversation with the mayor, but there may be opportunities for individuals where there's one person working, the other one not, to support individuals with RAP funding, just to make sure that they have housing. But we'll look at the individuals' solutions as we move forward, and as the member brings them forward. The question around facility conditions. So BC Housing monitors the physical condition of the social housing stock through a facility condition index. And so the FCI is an indication of the condition of the building, in which lower value corresponds to a better condition, building condition. So BC Housing set for 2023-24 an overall target at 16 to 21% for the condition of provincial social housing stock. This target is calculated using 5-year projected average of the condition of social housing stock, and this is a industry standard approach. And as of March 31st, 2022, the facilities condition index of the housing portfolio was at 19%, so better than the target. Without investment through the Capital Renewal Fund and FCI, we reached 23% by the end of the year, and I can share with the member that in 2018, the Capital Renewal Fund is a 10-year, $2 billion investment, and that goes towards renovating our stock over time.
Member.
Thank you. It's just, sorry, chairs moving everywhere here. Appreciate that, and I understand how the FCIs and everything work on a lot of government infrastructure, how we do that process. I guess the ask and the acknowledgement as well is that, especially when we have the impacts in smaller communities, the impacts are everywhere. I'm not taking away from that. But for a small community like Chetwynd or Tumbler Ridge that might only have 6 units, let's say, to lose 1 or 2 units that require renovation, that's a huge impact to our communities. That would be like Vancouver, if you want to quantify it on a ratio, it would be like Vancouver overnight losing 100,000 units in one night. That's the kind of impact that it has on a small community. So I'm only flagging that because I think it's important that we acknowledge that it might only be 1 or 2 units, but those are important. So I appreciate the acknowledgement, and then thank the Minister again for his willingness and candidness to meet with Mayor and Council to try to work on that. When we talk about some of the other issues around homelessness, I kind of bridge to that a little bit, because when we have people who are having a hard time finding affordable housing, it kind of takes us into an avenue of the very unfortunate situation of homelessness. And this hits, again, every community on a different scale. I want to ask the Minister, though, if he's able to share this with me. There was a facility that was built a few years back in Dawson Creek. This one was flagged for me, and I was asked to ask about this because there's a lot of community questions that I cannot get straight answers on. We have a property that this government came in and worked with. I think worked with is probably loosely used, because kind of told the local government that they wanted to bring in a modular housing complex. It's on 105th Avenue in Dawson Creek, if your staff's wondering, but I'm sure they're aware of it. It's, I think, the only one that's built in the last few years in Dawson Creek. The concept and idea was well received in the sense of how it was told and sold to the local community, that this was going to be a transition home with full services to help people who are in a temporary situation of requiring housing, while that bridges them into another opportunity to get into either rental, typically rental, not necessarily market housing right away, but it could be somebody fleeing domestic violence. It could be a young person who's struggling with addictions issues and mental health issues that was couch surfing, and it gave them an opportunity not to be doing that, in a bit of a transition into a better pathway. Where I'm going with this is now turned into the #1 place in our community that the RCMP and community members tell me where most of the violence is happening, most of the drug use is happening, most of the drug sales are happening, and this is right across the street in downtown Dawson Creek from our community daycare and youth arts center. I think the minister can appreciate the pressure that local government and myself and others are faced with, because that's not what this process was supposed to be. And we have quickly lost support from the community now for this facility, which is unfortunate, because I think most would argue the facility could have some need there. So what is this government doing to try to get things like this back on track? What are they doing to look at a facility to make sure the supports are there, that the people that are using the facility are actually using it for the intended purpose, and those that really require the need are getting it, so that we don't have the people having the open drug use, falling asleep on the streets, and the open violence that we're seeing now. And I wish I was exaggerating when I say 20 feet from the door of the youth daycare that we have in our community.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We were trying to get a hold of local staff that are in the region working on it, and we're having a little challenge getting to them. But maybe I can follow up with a member on more specifics. I can just share that I know that there was a town hall, there was concerns raised, I think, last year. And some of the work's been happening is we've set up a community advisory committee there so that local businesses and the not-for-profit that's operating them have a place for concerns to be raised so they can try to address them. You know, some of the challenges may be people that live there, but I understand that some of the challenges could be also others that are homeless coming to the site. But again, I can't really provide the details because we were trying to find the local person to give us the information and they're not available right now. So maybe I can follow up with the member on more details.
Member.
Thank you. Actually, an easy way would be as if the minister would give that local person permission to reach out to me. Because that's, instead of having the middleman, using the minister as a middleman. And the only reason why I flag that is whether that's with, I would really appreciate the opportunity at a local level for the local mayor and council, myself, the service provider, and people that have the local knowledge to actually, you know, this can be done when session's finished. If the minister agreed, because I think this would really go a long way to try to alleviate some of the confusion, hopefully misunderstanding that we have in the region, but also it would help acknowledge maybe some of the pressures that people can address. Because right now, what I'm hearing, and my community I wish was unique, but it's not. We're hearing this in a lot of communities all around the province where the intention was good. The outcomes have not met the intention. And I will tell you as a local MLA, local mayors, everybody on this side of the house wants those intentions to work. They want it to be successful because there are communities, but it's not working. And so I'll share with the minister just one of the concerns that comes with this as well. And he quickly kind of acknowledged it in his comments. And as people who are coming in who are homeless, one of the biggest issues some of our smaller communities are facing is the very quick conversation that takes place, I hate to say on social media and other areas though, where people see open drug use, open homelessness in our communities that we've never seen before. So they point the finger at the facility because they say that's what's brought this in. They also point the finger at buses that are coming to our community from other communities and people getting off who appear to be homeless. They're not local residents, but we don't have the facilities for them either, which is just compounding the issue. Depending on who you ask in my community, some will say it's 100% local people. These are people that were couch surfing before and now they've got a place to go. They're people that were struggling with mental health addictions. Now they have a facility to go to. That's not matching up with what we're seeing in the community. And so I want to put those rumors to rest. So the minister can take that more as a comment. So if when we talk to a local person, they understand what those pressures are that we're facing. The only other thing I'll say to that is the minister will acknowledge, hopefully, are we looking at more supports to try to alleviate some of these pressures in these small communities? Are we going to have local providers get the direction and the financial and the supports even for staffing to meet these issues that we're facing? Because again, we're seeing this all around the province where we get these facilities, we're warehousing people, and then we're trying to figure out how to deal with all of the issues that are coming because they don't have the supports. Again, small communities see it just like big communities. It's not just downtown East Side. It can be downtown Prince George, Dawson Creek, Kamloops, everywhere. So what are we doing to ensure that it's not just a ribbon cutting of a building like this, it's also making sure the full supports are there, and when something's recognized that it's not there, that we're fixing that gap, plugging that hole, and putting in the supports.
Minister.
Thank you. So a couple things. One, the member was asking for, I guess, a briefing from BC Housing, and my office will work with BC Housing, with yourself, the mayor, if you like, and council, to have a one table for a conversation. So that's no problem. You know, I have to say though, I reject this notion of warehousing. and know that I know it's part of the message box and it's being said often over and over again. But when we were talking earlier about Johnson Street in Victoria in 2016, when the government at the time, I think you were here, moved folks from the encampment into Johnson Street, I mean, was it thought of as warehousing then? No, it wasn't. It was considered moving people in shelter to get supports. And so I just reject that notion that it's warehousing now. It wasn't warehousing then. What it was trying to get people out of encampments into housing, and that's what we're trying to do and give them support. So that's why we have mental health supports and other pieces there, 24-hour supports for people so that they can get the supports they need. Now, I appreciate the need is great. This is not just BC. This is across the country, across North America, in fact. And so the last question the member had was specifically around what supports we're providing. And we work with, BC Housing works with each partner to understand what the unique needs are, and we provide resources for them to do so. And so I think when you have that conversation at that table, you'll get a better sense of what work has been happening from BC Housing, from the not-for-profit provider, and there may be some good ideas that come from that, and that's a good thing. I think that's good for the community, and certainly will be good for the member and the mayor and council as well.
Recognizing the member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague for stepping in. I don't know if we're noting the time quite yet, or if I'm going to start on a bit of a different set of questions, and I'm only going to get the first one. Do okay.
Do you want to note the hour?
Okay. Was a new line.
Yeah.
Oh, if that's okay with the minister.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask to leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is now adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee of Supply, Section B, reports progress on the estimates of Ministry of Housing and asks leave to sit again.
And when shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Honourable Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section A, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and seeks leave to sit again.
And when shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Acting House Leader. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C, reports resolution and completion of the estimates of Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, and reports progress on the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions, and asks leave to sit again.
And when shall that committee sit again?
Next sitting, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Acting Government House Leader?
Yes, that the House do now adjourn.
Members have heard the motion. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 10 o'clock. Nope. All right, 10 o'clock. That's the time. See you then.